He's is in District 5 on Highway 59 and Sharp Road. So if y'all are here for that, it's not going to be heard. The ruling of the zoning commission is going to stay. So y'all can go home. All right. All right. Good evening. We're going to call the meeting to order. I would like the pledge to be said by our junior council member, Joel, and then we'll follow with the invocation by Mr. Burke.
Indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Burke.
Yeah, Heavenly Father, we gather before you today with gratitude for the opportunity to serve our community and seek your guidance in our deliberations. We ask for wisdom and clarity in our discussions and decisions. Lord, grant us the discernment to address the needs of our parish with integrity and compassion. Help us to work together in unity, setting aside personal agendas and focusing on the common good. May our actions reflect your love and justice, and may we always consider the well-being of those that we are called to serve. Lord, bless our community with peace and prosperity, and guide us in fostering an environment where we all can thrive. Inspire us to act with courage and humility, and grant us the strength to overcome any challenges we may face. We ask you to bless this meeting. May we honor you in all that we do. It's in your Son's name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Very nice. All right, y'all, we have a large agenda this evening, so to help with some of the people who don't need to be here all night, we've moved the presentations to the front. So first up, Mr. Binder, we have the introduction of our junior councilman.
Yes, sir. No, not yet. We haven't started the meeting yet.
No, we're not starting the meeting. We're just going to do the presentation before we start the meeting.
So Mr. Binder, if you would press your light. Trust me, we're all confused. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So tonight I have with me my next junior council member. His name is Joel Mayu. He's my grandson, but I've had a variety of young boys and girls who are not related to me through the years. This goes back, former Councilman Henry Billiot created this junior council member. And I'm happy he did. Because I've got junior council members, one of them's in medical school right now at Tulane University. So they turn out really well. So Joel is a 7th grader at Boyette Junior High. And the thing he really likes as an extracurricular activity is he plays in the band. And you play what, Joel?
A trumpet.
Trumpet. Plays the trumpet. Now, for parents, the trumpet is in second place for the worst possible instrument that you can play at your house. The worst possible instrument is the drums. But Joel and his brothers and sisters, he has 5 brothers and sisters, including a new baby brother. So, Joel, we're glad to have you here today. And I'm going to read this out real quickly. St. Tammany Parish Government Certificate of Recognition. St. Tammany Parish Council recognizes Joel Mayu for serving as junior council member at the September 5th, 2024 council meeting. This certificate of recognition was unanimously approved by the St. Tammany Parish Council on the 5th day of September 2024, signed by our parish president, Michael B. Cooper, and myself, Jerry Grandpa Binder. Huh? But don't say Grandpa. I was just kidding about that. All right, Joel. Anything you want to say?
No.
Okay, good. And he got his pin, too, like we wear. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Binder. President Cooper, are you ready?
For my first presentation, good evening. I have the honor of presenting a proclamation for Employee of the Month. Before I get to this, I want to recognize honored guests, honored judges I see in the audience, and all of our audience participants tonight. Thank you all for being here. The proclamation for Employee of the Month. I'm honored tonight, Mr. Julian Landry. Julian Landry is a member of Team Tammany. Julian is with Facilities Management Department, and I think I know why the judges and members of the Justice Center are here tonight, because Julian, among other facilities, manages the Justice Center. And tonight it gives me great honor to have this proclamation. Whereas Julian Landry joined St. Tammany Parish government in June 2022 as a supervisor 4 within the Department of Facilities Management. And whereas Julian serves as the building manager of the St. Tammany Parish Justice Center, as well as he oversees the maintenance and operations of the Tyler Street Administrative Complex, St. Tammany Parish Emergency Operations Center in downtown Covington, and the 22nd Judicial District Court Public Defender's Office on Jefferson Avenue, ensuring that these important facilities continue to run smoothly and efficiently. And whereas Julian diligently manages hundreds of work orders through our maintenance management system and plays a key role in developing construction projects and future building improvement plans to preserve the longevity of our facilities. And whereas he also provides meticulous oversight of the access control systems of these critical buildings, thereby enhancing security and facilitating operations for all tenants and their visitors. And whereas Julian's dedication to his job is evident through the strong relationships he has fostered at each of the facilities he manages, ensuring that those he serves can trust him to effectively resolve all manner of issues which may arise in these buildings. And whereas Julian is truly an outstanding employee who performs his duties in an exemplary manner and is committed to serving the citizens of St. Tammany Parish. Now therefore I, Michael B. Cooper, as parish president of this great parish, do hereby recognize the hard work and dedication of Julian Landry as Employee of the Month, September 2024, and encourage all employees and our parish council members and our citizens to thank him for his contributions and services to St. Tammany Parish. Congratulations, Julian. We're going to turn around for a picture. You can get a standing ovation there. Yeah, Kate. Did you want to say anything?
Just want to say, thank you for the nomination. I care a lot about my job, and really, I want to recognize my team, because I couldn't do anything without them, and they make my job really easy. So I take pride in working for the community, and just thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Julian. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Smith?
If I could,
Sure.
Mike?
Yes, sir.
One thing we did leave off, Julian is a vital piece of the St. Tammany, Team Tammany softball team. He's our pitcher, and he does a heck of a job. You're good at that, too.
Thank you, Councilman. And I want to mention, too, and acknowledge Julian was joined by his wife, Kate, who was in a photo with us. And Julian was nominated by his directors and assistant director, Jim Ford and Jim DeWitt. So we thank you for your job, Julian. Job well done. Thank you.
Next up, Mr. Cooper.
I'm honored again tonight to present a proclamation to a long-established business in St. Tammany Parish. And I'm going to ask Mr. Andrew Canulat to come up as I give a presentation to him, representing the St. Tammany Farmer. Whereas the St. Tammany Farmer was established in 1874 and has since been a cornerstone of the St. Tammany community, serving as a vital source for North Shore news and information. And whereas over the course of the paper's lengthy service, the St. Tammany Farmer has documented our rich and evolving history, chronicling our significant events, milestones, and the everyday lives of our residents, thereby preserving our heritage and the cultural fabric of our community for generations to come. Whereas the dedicated journalists, editors, photographers, and staff of the St. Tammany Farmer have consistently demonstrated a commitment to journalistic integrity and excellence while adapting to the changing media landscape. And whereas the Farmer has been an advocate for transparency, accountability, and civic engagement, and has always played a crucial role in fostering an informed and engaged citizenry in St. Tammany Parish. And whereas as they celebrate 150 years of publishing this year, 2024, we wish to thank the Farmer for their outstanding coverage and dedication to our community. Now, therefore, I, Michael B. Cooper, as Parish President of St. Tammany, do hereby congratulate and recognize the 150-year anniversary of the St. Tammany Farmer and encourage all citizens, our parish council, and our community to thank them for their faithful and continued service to our community. Congratulations, Mr. Canulet. And St. Tammany Farmer. You can take a picture, ladies and gentlemen.
And Mr. Rowling?
I just wanted to mention, Andy and his staff, they've done a wonderful job over the years, but also for the city of Covington. You're in the heart of the city of Covington, and we served on the council there for many, many years. Y'all have done great reporting. I am so glad you're in my district, District 2. And again, we love you being in the heart of downtown Covington. Thank you.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you to you all. Thank you, Larry, for the kind words. And Parish President Mike Cooper, thank you for this honor. It is... the Farmer's been here 150 years. I've been editor for 7, so there are a lot of people who came before me doing this. But I think you hit the nail on the head. And what's important to me about being the editor of this newspaper is capturing the history of what we are. Without the Farmer starting in 1874, Reconstruction, 9 years after the Civil War ended, there is no document of that. So it really is the history book of everything that's happened in St. Tammany Parish over the past century and a half, and it's an honor to be a part of that, and it's an honor to work with all levels of government and the good people here. There's some great stories. I tell people that the Farmer, my goal is for the Farmer to be something that you don't just have to read, but something that you want to read. And I hope we hit that. I really do. Right there in downtown Covington, I think we're the only building that hasn't been messed with on North New Hampshire Street in the past few years. But we're still standing. And last thing I'll say, print media has suffered in the past few years. It's been going downhill. And I say downhill in the terms of the number of newspapers that are actually in business. This newspaper is growing. It's growing by leaps and bounds. Our social media presence, our subscriptions, and I think it's because we connect with people. I'm a 6th-generation St. Tammany resident. My 4 kids are St. Tammany Parish residents. You might be the only person around here who has a longer history in the parish than me. So anyway, thank you. I've said plenty, and I appreciate this. This is very kind. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want anybody else to get the picture with you? Sarah? No? Okay. But thank you, Andy. And I will acknowledge too, if I might, you all know that the St. Tammany Farmer is the official journal of St. Tammany Parish government and the official journal of many of the other municipalities and other governmental agencies here in St. Tammany Parish. And if you look forward to getting the Farmer every week like I do, please go to the page where it says 25 years ago, 50 years ago, 75 years ago, 100 years ago, 125 years ago, and now 150 years ago, you'll see some stories. And in fact, this last issue, I think we saw one of Mr. Floyd Glass as a police jury member from Ward 1 being recognized for what he did. So thanks for acknowledging that. But we all love the farmer, and you're probably didn't say it, but the oldest business in St. Tammany Parish. That's right. The oldest business in Covington and in St. Tammany Parish. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Smith?
Okay. We have a presentation that's going to be made by Assistant Fire Chief of the City of Covington. His name is, what's your name again, Stephen? Stephen Michelle. He and I have been buddies for a long time, and he does a phenomenal job with a 5K run that honors those that were lost when our great country was attacked in New York. And he's going to tell you the story, and he's going to tell you about this fundraiser that we do. It's a 5K in downtown Covington. Thank you, Stephen, for being here.
Thank you. Thank you for the Parish Council and the Parish President and staff for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Stephen Michelle, and I'm the President of the Never Forget Louisiana Foundation. Our mission is we support not only local first responders, but also the families. If a first responder is to die in the line of duty, we will come in and try and help them, support them as much as we can. We're a nonprofit organization. Happy to announce that we recently received our 501c3 status. We put on the Never Forget 5K each year. It raised money for our mission. The first year, we were able to write a check for $12,000 to the Tunnel of the Towers organization. Tunnel of the Towers is a nationwide organization that their primary mission, they come in when a first responder is lost in a line of duty, and they pay the mortgage off for the family, so they don't have that burden. The Tunnel of the Towers part is Stephen Siller is a New York firefighter, heard about the planes hitting the tower, turned around, was trying to get back to work, so much traffic, and got stuck in one of the tunnels. So he hopped out of his vehicle, grabbed all of his fire gear, and he ran to the towers. So that's where the Tunnel of the Towers is. He went into the towers to try and save people and was killed. So to be able to get back to an organization like that and for what they do, we've been blessed in this parish with Liberto family, with Mandeville police officer. Tunnel of the Towers came in and paid off their family, mortgage. Our race is every September. It's around 9/11. It's to remind people of the sacrifice that 344 firefighters and 72 police officers gave by running into the buildings, knowing that they would more than likely not be able to come out, but try and save as many as possible. This year, our race is being held September 14th. It's at the Covington Trailhead in downtown Covington. We open the doors up at 7 a.m. Same day registration is still an option all the way up until the race time. The race starts at 8 a.m. We'll have an honor guard there to present the colors for the flags. We'll have a singer there for the national anthem. We'll have firefighters will run in their full gear for the 5K, which is 3.1 miles, which is pretty impressive. It gets hot. Police officers will be wearing their tactical gear and doing the 5K. We'll have a kids firefighter obstacle course for them to do for some activities. And of course, we'll have some music, some beer, some food, and things like that to keep people entertained. We can't do this without sponsors, and we've been very blessed each year for sponsors. And I'd like to make a personal note. Thank you. President Cooper has sponsored each year for us for the 3 years that we've been doing it. So thank you for that. And wrap up, just basically formally inviting everybody to please, come out to the event, have a good time. and show some support that morning so we can remember what we should never forget. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you. Next up is Mr. Kugel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. About a year ago, I think it was, I got to meet this gentleman, Mr. Dane Kennedy. I got familiar with his organization, and just, something that's obviously special to me now that I've been blessed to now become a father for the third time, just recently, is fatherhood. And, we've seen the studies for decades about how the destructive nature of what fatherlessness does to communities and young boys and such, higher risk of going to prison, committing crimes, drug abuse, dropping out of school. I mean, there's just, fathers are needed. And so I got to know Mr. Kennedy and basically what his organization does, and I don't want to steal your thunder, but just it tries to fill that gap. So I wanted you to speak for a second before we recognize you.
Sure. 2.5 years ago, I got a burden to start speaking into young men's lives that didn't have a father. And there's an organization that exists, and it's out of Georgia, and I decided, well, I'm going to join in with this. And we take boys that are 11 to 18 years old that doesn't have a father present in their home for whatever reason. It can be never married, married, divorced, father's deceased, father's incarcerated, or father's in the military and deployed. And we engage these families to where we go and do life with them. It's an outdoor mentoring program. We're blessed to have been able to engage with them, get them to trust you, and start seeing a difference in the way these kids perform and conduct themselves in their home life, in school, athletics. It's a ministry. It's faith-based. We're non-denominational. We just teach good morals and love and respect and try to teach these kids trades and just to grow up to be leaders of our community, such as this young man over here, which is awesome that that's happening. This we've been 2.5 years. We are one of the fastest growing in the United States. We're in 13 states. Says a lot for the demographic of St. Tammany Parish. The chapter that I actually established is we serve Eastern St. Tammany Parish, but I'm going to go ahead and mention that there's been a chapter in Bush, Louisiana for 14 years. And it's an honor to get a recognition, but the visibility for me is meaningful because there's a lot of nonprofits out here that are doing some amazing work, but just don't have the means to get in front of people. So I thank you for that.
We're going to go ahead and present you, Mr. Kennedy, with a certificate. The Parish Council desires to acknowledge Truth in Nature and Dane Kennedy for the dedication and service they provide to the young boys of this parish. Whereas Truth in Nature is a nonprofit entity providing free year-round outdoor mentoring ministry, outreach for families with boys 6th to 12th grade without fathers present in their homes. And whereas Truth in Nature's mission is to reach, inspire, support, and engage young men from fatherless single-parent homes. Their goal is to help boys understand their purpose as Christian men and to help break the fatherless cycle in our community. And whereas the Truth in Nature Pearl River chapter was established in June of 2022 and currently assists 21 boys and their families in the Eastern St. Tammany Parish area. And whereas these boys can be without a father for a variety of reasons, this can occur by the way of the father being unknown, parents become divorced, father is incarcerated, actively in military deployment, or unfortunately death. Many of these boys know their father but have limited to no relationship at all. Truth in Nature helps fill the void and acts as a positive influence and role model in their lives. And whereas Dane Kennedy, chapter director for Truth in Nature, is a lifelong resident of St. Tammany Parish and has applied his education, love, and compassion to our youth for the past 30 years. And whereas the Parish Council would like to encourage and support more residents to mentor the next generation for our parish. Now therefore, on September 5th, 2024, we, Arthur Laughlin, Council Chairman, District 11, and David Kugel, Councilman District 9, take great pride in recognizing and expressing our appreciation to Truth in Nature and Dane Kennedy for their dedication and commitment to the young boys in our parish.
Thank you. Next up, I would call Mr. Lester Richaud, and this is going to be the presentation of the independent auditor's report for the parish financial statements. Good evening.
Good evening. It's good to be back again this year. I appreciate being allowed to go before. If you ever see me up here in the council, the history is that whenever I show up, it's normally a 4 to 5 hour meeting. So just be prepared, I assume, for some excitement tonight. So I'm glad we can get this excitement done early. So we've completed our audit. If you recall, maybe you don't recall, but so the audit's due by 6:30 to submit to the legislative auditor. That's the Louisiana audit law. So we finished the audit, and I'm here to just tell you about what we did and what we issued. So we issued 4 reports as part of the audit. I don't know if you have a copy in front of you, but I can give you the page numbers. We issue an independent auditor's report on page 19, the report on internal controls over financial reporting and on compliance, that's on page 253. The report on compliance over the major federal programs, that's on page 255. And then there's a separate report called the statewide agreed upon procedures. Now, I could go through this report. It's about 260 pages long. If we could start at page 1 if you'd like. But the beauty of the report itself is there's a summary page, and it's on page 259. And if we can just look at that, and I'll just give you the highlights of it. But the auditor's report that was issued was an unmodified opinion. That means that's a clean opinion. The financial statements present without any material misstatements the financial position of the parish, right? So that's what you want. I can't tell you how many years in a row this has been an unmodified opinion. It's probably even before my time, but it's about 17 years to my recollection. And then the internal control over financial reporting. There were no reported material weaknesses or compliance issues. That's the report that the legislative auditor is kind of interested in to see if there are any issues. And then the federal programs, obviously, those are important. You get the federal money passed down, and that was also a clean report. There were no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies reported on that. So an overall good report. And then the statewide agreed upon procedures report that had one reported issue, very minor detail. But obviously, it was something I think that was rectified with the submission of an electronic payment as opposed to mailing a check. So this is a big report. It took us a while to complete this. I can't thank Leslie and her staff enough for all the support that she gives us. And I should also, mention this is, again, I want to say maybe 17 years in a row that the parish has received the Certificate of Excellence for financial reporting. It's from the GFOA. So that's also in one of the front pages of the report. So again, an award that the report goes through a rigorous review process by the GFOA, and they award that based on an excellent reporting. So I just wanted to point that out. But I'm happy to answer any questions. I've kind of just given you the basics, the very high level. But if you have any questions about auditing what we did, or you're interested in anything we did, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I don't see any questions. I don't have any lights.
All right.
Oh, wait. Someone just broke the seal.
We've got contact information for Lester.
Yeah.
And I think you and I have spoke by phone. He can answer anything over the phone, guys. But that is a huge report, by the way.
Yes.
And I'm glad we came out looking good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Definitely call me if you have any kind of questions, and we can go over it at length if you want.
Excellent. Thank you.
All right. Have a great night.
Next up, we have a point of, sorry, we're trying to get through this agenda, some of it. We have a point of personal privilege by Councilman Impastato.
Chris, can you come up, Ms. Linda? So we wanted to take the opportunity to thank a company that has been in our community, I think, for a little bit over 20 years.
22.
22. So 22 years ago, we had an amazing opportunity to get Folgers to come into our community. Over the 20 years, they have voluntarily paid $1.5 million to our fire department and to our recreation district. I don't believe there's been one complaint, although when it first came up, a lot of people were very apprehensive and concerned about such a big company coming into our community. They've been a great partner, a model for economic development, and we're very proud to have them. So we prepared a certificate of recognition, which I'll read. In 2003, Folgers Coffee made a significant commitment to St. Tammany Parish by constructing its Lacombe facility, marking the beginning of a 20-year journey that had a lasting impact on the local economy. With the initial capital investment of $25 million, the facility became a cornerstone of economic growth, creating jobs and stimulating further development with the parish. In 2008, J.M. Smucker Company acquired Folgers. Over the years, J.M. Smucker has continued to expand the Lacombe facility, investing an additional $42.8 million. This consistent reinvestment not only tripled their employment from 50 to 150 jobs. I know a lot of those local people, a lot of people locally that work in the facility, myself, brag about their jobs, but also solidified the company's presence as a key player in the local logistics sector. Today, the company's operations, along with its employees, indirectly support an estimated 110 additional jobs in the community, further amplifying its economic impact. And whereas, as local operations have grown, J.M. Smucker's contributions to the local economy has been substantial. The Lacombe facility's expansion and the increase in employment have supported not only the workers directly employed by J.M. Smucker's, but also the broader community through the creation of additional jobs and increased economic development activity. And whereas the success of J.M. Smucker's Folgers distribution facility in St. Tammany Parish highlights the importance of strategic business investments and fostering long-term economic growth by aligning business development with community benefits, J.M. Smucker has not only established itself as a major employer, but also has ensured that the broader community reaps the rewards of its presence. And whereas J.M. Smucker's Folgers distribution facility continues to contribute to the parish's economic strength, its 20-year legacy in St. Tammany serves as a testament to the enduring impact of sustained business growth and commitment to the local community. So it is with great pride to give you this, and thank you so much for being a part of our community. And if you'd like to say a few words, you're welcome.
Thank you, Councilman Sato, and Kate Moore, too. Thank you. It's been a pleasure to be part of St. Tammany Parish for the past 20 years. Folgers Coffee started in New Orleans in 1950 and has grown from there. Many of our employees live and work in this community, so we're proud to be partners and look forward to the future. Thank you.
All right, that concludes our presentations for the evening. We're now going to get the meeting started. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Turn on yours.
Mr. Smith. Here. Mr. Rowling. Here. Ms. Casabon. Here. Mrs. Seiden. Here. Mr. Phillips. Here. Ms. Tanner. Here. Mr. Impastato. Here. Mr. Burke. Here. Mr. Kugel. Here. Ms. O'Brien. Mr. Laughlin.
Here.
Mr. Bender. Here. Mr. Corbin. Here. And Mr. Strickland. Here. We have a quorum.
Thank you. So this evening, we have a public hearing first, and we're going to start with that. So public hearing. Discussion on the special items will happen in the public hearing. Each person who submits a card will have 3 minutes to make a public comment. Once the public hearing is closed, the council will only be voting on these items. So we're going to open it up to the public first, and then bring it back to the administration and to the council. So what is being considered are the following 6 ordinances. These are ordinances for adoption. Ordinance number 1, ordinance calendar number 7621AA, ordinance levying adjusted millage rates for the year 2024. Number 2, ordinance calendar number 7622AA, ordinance levying increased millage rates for the year 2024 for alimony. Item number 3, ordinance calendar number 7623AA, ordinance levying increased millage rates for the year 2024 for drainage maintenance. Item 4, ordinance calendar number 7624AA, ordinance levying increased millage rates for the year 2024 for animal services. Item number 5, ordinance calendar number 7625AA, ordinance levying decreased millage rates for the year 2024 for the St. Tammany Parish Coroner's Office. And then item number 6, ordinance calendar number 7626AA, ordinance establishing parcel fees for the year 2024. All right, first up is Mr. Rick Franzo. Oh, sorry, Mr. Kugel.
Mr. Chairman, would it be possible for the, before the I'd asked you about the order. Would it be possible to put the...
Oh, yeah. Yes, sir. We're going to entertain that when it's coming for voting, but for the public hearing portion, we're just going to go through it as it is right now. But when it's time for us to vote, I will take it out of order. Mr. Franzo, when you get up here, you got 3 minutes, sir.
Oh, good evening, everybody. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, rest of the council. President Cooper, always a pleasure. I just wanted to quickly touch base on CCST's opinion on the millage rates. I ask you not to roll any of these forward, and I will give you my reasons why. Number one, as we know, property taxes have soared all over the parish. And I guess the assessor will address that issue, but we have a lot of concerns about that. We know insurance rates are going through the roof. We know the cost of living has gone through the roof, and not just here, but throughout the country. I also think you have to pick your battles. And I think March is an important time, and I think that's when there's another tax initiative that's going to come forward, which I think is going to be very important for this parish, because if it doesn't pass, we're going to be on a cliff, and it's going to be a disaster. And we're going to have a coroner's office that's unfunded. If a coroner's office, the coroner, I take that back. The DA's not funded. It's a trickle effect throughout the entire parish. I really hope you decide not to move this forward, these millages. You want to create a feeling, and the people out here, everybody out here, wants to know that you guys are looking for that back and you're going to do what's right. And raising millages in a time when everything else is going up is a mistake. And focus on the big goal. The big goal is in March. And that's when we need the money. Otherwise, we're in a financial disaster in this parish. And we can't let that happen. So let's take a little badge of honor, move it, do not move stuff forward right now, and instead focus on a March agenda to get that tax increased and passed. The other thing, too, I wanted to bring up, too, is the coroner. I know that's been an issue, and I had suggested, and I said to some of the council members, whether you like the coroner or not, take him aside, look at the budget, and I don't know if anybody's looked at the budget. To arbitrarily say you're going to take $1.5 million away from the coroner is a mistake, without really understanding the budget. If you do that, you could hurt not just our whole criminal justice system is affected by what happens in the coroner's office. It's such an important aspect. I'm not saying he's the best candidate. He is what we have right now. We have to deal with it. But we have to work and realize to have a not funded coroner's office properly is a big mistake. If there's some type of, and you also have to realize Article 5 of the Constitution doesn't allow you to pull that money back. He would have to allow you and give you that money back. Article 5 of the Constitution protects it because it's a quasi-governmental agency. I ask you to consider that. I ask you to consider the fact that we need to tighten our belts now and then move forward. Okay? Thank you.
I turned myself off. Next off, Mr. Carl Ernst.
It's unfortunate I have to follow Rick Franzo. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for allowing us to speak, publicly address this whole issue all in one package. I think that's an important message because I think it is all tied together. The original language that was proposed last month had a phrase in a lead-in paragraph, without voter approval. People that I showed that to took real offense to that, okay? And they've talked about the tax rate, which is a baseline for rolling forward and rolling back. So, like Rick, I would ask you not to do anything that rolls forward. Stay neutral if you can, okay? As I understand it, the coroner is going to offer up some money to help with some issues that you have, financial issues. It's good for the coroner. That's an amazing gesture. And that may get us out of that conundrum that Rick raised, whether you can really take money from the coroner according to the state. I don't know. I'm not an attorney. But in the military, you have to understand the difference between tactics and strategy. Rick alluded to this. You may have to take a step back in your tactics tonight by staying neutral for the strategic victory you have to have in the spring. Marches, you absolutely have it. You have to get credibility with the taxpayers in order to do that. What you do tonight will help that. When the assessors, that little pamphlet that was on the table over here about assessment, that's going to go against everybody who has a negative feeling about taxes in St. Tammany Parish. They will see that as, oh God, here we go again. All right. So stay the course, focus on March, and do everything you can to send the message that you, the council, and hopefully the parish president, will have the backs of the taxpayers in the parish by holding the line on taxes. Okay. So when you get to that March vote, you will have credibility in the bank, if you will, blue chip in your pocket, that you can play, and others of us can help you play that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next up is Tim Moreau, or Morrow. I hope I'm saying that correct, sir.
Close enough. St. Tammany Parish resident since 1982. Have 7 children, going on 30 grandchildren and a great-grandchild. I'd like to live in St. Tammany Parish till I die. But I can't if we don't straighten out the property tax issue. When I got the notice of the latest property taxes, I'm retired, so I spent a few days looking into what the property taxes are in my area. Impossible to figure out what rhyme or reason the assessments come from. I've been in all of the houses. They don't represent anything close to real value. There's a problem. And we need to address the problem. Property taxes on my street go from $0 to $10,000. Impossible to understand. Possible to understand. I really challenge you guys to look into what's going on and how such disparity can exist in such an important part of parish government. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up is Mr. Lewis Fitzmaurice. Assessor Fitzmaurice, welcome.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I had presented myself, maybe if y'all had some questions or something, but unfortunately I couldn't get on the agenda. But I'm going to go ahead and do this in 3-minute parts here, and to just address the gentleman there. Yeah, we had, as I mentioned earlier, that when I first met with y'all a couple months ago, that this was going to be the most consequential reassessment that we've ever had. That values were going to go up considerably. That's why I encouraged all the taxing agents, parish bodies, if possible, not to roll up this year. But that's not necessarily why I'm here. But in regards to the values, they've gone up, and we encourage everyone who has an issue with their value, who doesn't think that we have it overvalued, to please file a review. We've had about 1,000 of them so far. Probably about half of those came in the last week. We're expecting more. We sent out more letters. But one of the process, what I want to do today too, this evening, probably on my next time up, is explain how we set the millage rates. Because part of reassessment is resetting the millage rates. We do that every 4 years. And we do that based on, I try to explain to everyone, when we're voting for millages out there, what we're actually voting on is a dollar amount, what that millage is worth at the time. That's what we're voting on. So in 4 years, and when we have especially like a year like this, we're going to see increase in values. We're going to see that mill worth more money. So we're going to roll that back. But it's not as simple as being like revenue neutral because of the timing of when we have to do that. We have to make decisions on the mills starting in May, so we can get that information to all the taxing bodies. Before we've had the first appeal, before I knew if we were going to do the first responders or not, I had no idea if we were going to do that or not at the time and decide. The same thing with the veterans, same thing with the homestead, same thing with the senior freezes. All that has to come into calculation when we're setting these mills. And so we're doing all this before we have the information. We're still doing reassessment when we're having to decide this. And that's by law. That's not something I've chosen to do. That's by law. So on my next time up, I'm going to explain the date we did, why we did, how much we rolled back, and what. And just because I give you a rollback number and say that's what it is, if you want to, you can roll back more. You can roll back more. And I'll explain more in my next 3 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Fitzwater, you could stand right back.
He actually has the next three.
Yeah, you have the next. You have the next 9 minutes.
If you're lucky, the next 9 minutes. Okay, all right. Thank you. It's my night then. So we set those mills in May. So what are we doing? We're taking the revenue from 2023, we're putting it there, and then we're looking at and estimating what the growth is going to be. Well, I say growth, the increase in value. Because one thing we don't calculate in there is the growth, the new businesses, the new homes, new things coming on the roll. What we're looking at strictly is, for the most part, is value. That's what we're looking at, is that increase in value. So we make an estimate, and we estimated around about 25% increase in value. So we give that to the legislative auditor, they plug that into a formula, come up with what the millage rates are going to be. But once again, that is based on, like I said, a good, hopefully educated guess, because this is my 12th year doing this. There has not been a year where any taxing body has gotten less money than we said they were going to get. Not a year. That's important to me. The reason I became assessor was from my experience of being mayor in Abita Springs. It was very frustrating as a public agent. I got bond payments to make, and I got budgets to work on that I couldn't trust the numbers coming in. I didn't know, or when the bills were going to go out, and I got bond payments to make in March. And that's with everybody else. So that's one thing is really important to me, is that the taxing bodies trust us. So when I ask you to roll back, you can trust those numbers. And so this cushion that's become a big to-do, that's me basically being conservative on it, because to be honest with you, I don't know how much cushion everybody's going to have. I mean, because like I said, we know in a reassessment year, we knew this year in particular, we were going to have probably a lot of change orders. And we have. We've been working on doing change orders and stuff. And so you got the combination, and then you have, unfortunately, or however you want to look at it, we got a distinction in the East and the West in real estate values. In the East, they tend to be a little bit lower than they have been in the West. But in this time, during this time period, all residential property increased. And where the Slidell area had been relatively flat in my last two reassessments, because my first reassessment, the overall increase in the budget was 6%. In 2020, it was around 9%. And now we're looking around 20%. That is significant. That's big time. And so I knew that was going to be an issue. But so what we ended up doing
is we ended up taking 8% off. When it was all said and done, off of everybody, most of the parish ones for sure. We look at the districts a little different. But overall, about 8% that we took off, because we had to include at least 4% or so in change orders, the 3% for pensions, having no idea what it was going to be with the phase-in nows, because if your assessment does go over 50%, and we're doing this automatically, that increase in taxes are being split up in over 4 years. So those were all the things we had to take into consideration. But the most important thing I want to bring out, because I did talk to Mr. Pillsbury, who came before y'all last week and expressed his concerns, and they were legitimate concerns, because it wasn't an understanding, and it seemed like listening to some of the council members of how we get to where we get. And that whatever number, because I do strongly emphasize that when I give these rollback numbers, you got to do it. You've got to accept those numbers. No choice. Maybe I've emphasized it too much, because you can actually roll back more. You can actually roll back more. So there was talk out there, a lot of social media. Like I said, I've gotten a lot of attention here recently. Is that, with this cushion, I'm actually raising taxes. No, like I said, I don't know what that cushion, that amount that I'm trying to make sure that everybody is in a good place and feel comfortable rolling back. And I feel good about our numbers. But mosquito control rolled back more than they were required to. The Florida Parish juveniles rolled back more than they were required to. I have, over my 12 years, rolled back more than I've had to. To me, it was the right thing to do. So any taxing bodies out there who think that I overtaxed, overassessed under their millage rates, if they want to do a favor to the people and give that money back, I encourage them to. And for them to take credit. I want them to take credit. If they roll back further than they have to, absolutely they should take credit. Because my concern is with the taxpayers and the property owners. Because we are in this position, just not myself, but my staff, and I got a great, great staff. I could give every one of my staff members Employee of the Month right now. Because that's where we're at. But this is where we got the taxing bodies who want every dollar they can get. We got the taxpayers who don't want to pay a dollar more than they have to. And here we are, we just do our job. And our job is to value property. We do not at the assessor's office set the tax rates for anybody other than my office. And I'm rolling back to 2.33, I believe. I started out at 2.71. And most everyone has, over the years, reduced their millages, the school board being the best in the regards because they are the most millages. But they have consistently rolled back and stayed rolled back. And most all the parish, including here the parish government. And that's been appreciated. That's been appreciated by the taxpayers. But when I put out notices, which I do, that people are considering rolling up their mills, that's all I'm doing, is letting the public know what these bodies are considering doing. It's ultimately up to the body. No matter what I set the millage rates at and tell you to do, ultimately, it is those parish boards, the school board, the rec board, the fire boards, the parish council, the city councils that ultimately decide what the tax rate's going to be, not the assessor's office. And I've got a little bit of time if anybody wants to ask me any questions, so I'll entertain them.
We'll have the questions after we close it to the public, sir.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if anyone directed it to me because I'm done.
I understand, sir.
I'm going to let y'all do y'all's thing.
You can have it, Assessor, if you'd have a seat when we get to that set and we bring it back. Yeah.
Sure.
But David, hit your light so I know I already got somebody in line ahead of you.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Yancey, Garin.
President Cooper and members of the council, I just want to take the opportunity to come here. Some of you I've had the wonderful opportunity to meet. Look forward to meeting the rest of you. I'm Yancey Garan. I'm the Chief of Operations for the St. Tammany Coroner's Office, and I'm proud to serve under Dr. Tate. And I've been knowing Dr. Tate for over 15 years, been working with him. I think he is a great pathologist, and I think he's heart's here to serve the people. We've always said we're here to do what's best for we the people. So I'm not here to talk about whether you should or should not roll back. Yeah, we want to keep as much funds in our coroner's office as much as we can to extend the time that we have because our millage ends in December. But we looking at the coroner's funds. We're looking at just our budget. Y'all looking at everything. So we're here to do what's best for the people. And we're here to put our trust in you, and we're here to work with you. I'll be here to answer any questions. If the public would like to ask me any questions about the office or Dr. Tate, we'll be here. I'd like to introduce to our Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Doyle Filastri. I know he probably didn't want to speak tonight, but we have him here. He's been a CPA for right at 30 years. But I just wanted to introduce myself and say thank you for allowing me to be here.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Tate.
Hello, my name is Dr. Christopher Tape. I am the coroner of St. Tammany Parish. I came here first as a contract doctor and then qualified to become a coroner. I was fired before the election, so let's keep that clear. As far as the rollback, as Yancey says, you got a lot on your plate, and I understand that. We have things in society that we need to work on and help and fix. As far as Mr. Franzo says that's illegal for the rollback, our lawyers say it's all right for us to have this rollback, so I'm not sure. I came in this position with cooperation in mind rather than combativeness, and that's how I still am. As Yancey says, we're here to serve the people. The work of the coroner's office needs to get done regardless. Our money is going to run out. It can run out sooner or later. So if you roll back the money now, it runs out sooner, and then you have to fund it later. So there's pluses and minuses in that, but that's how it is. The coroner's office needs to be funded. I think we can all agree to that. Money runs out sooner rather than later. So we're leaving that to you, as Yancey says, to see the big picture. We're here to basically cooperate and do our job. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tate. I believe it's Sergeant Cavendish. Is that correct? Mm-hmm.
It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Mr. President, Council. It's an honor to be here tonight. Brevity is the soul of wit, it is said. I'm not too witty. But I know one thing. For the short time I knew Dr. Tate in the coroner's office, it has fascinated me. His service, you don't see what he does every day. The many autopsies he does would make your stomach crawl. But I'll tell you one thing. He loves about the people of Parish because he's a good coroner, and we're darn lucky to find a man like that. He's the last hope for us. He speaks for the dead. No one wants to talk about the dead because that's a subject we sort of leave in the back room and we don't want to talk about it. But it's a reality for each and every one of us. Thank God we have a man who cares enough to do an honest job every day. Now, I've not known him for a long time, but I've known him enough to know he's a good man. I worked for Lakeview Regional Hospital, and there was no coroner's office. When I was there, I was the director of security for 7 years. And folks, I helped run the coroner's office. And I'll tell you what, in the time I was there, I've seen the best corners and the worst corners. But this one that we have here now is a credit to St. Tammany Parish and to everyone here. Now, if funding bothers you, I would hate to think if we don't fund the coroner's office. The coroner's office is an integral part of St. Tammany Parish. And its future is our future, your children's, everyone in St. Tammany Parish. And please, consider yourself, consider to have it done, and thank you so much for having me come up here and talk to you. And I see a lot of friends that I haven't seen in years. And yeah, now, I'm 81 years old. I think I'm a fossil now. But I still am a person that loves his parish. And this is a wonderful parish. Thank God we have a parish like this. And I'm so glad that you're sitting behind those chairs and making great decisions. Take care of yourself, your family, and all the good people that have come here today. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Doyle, I'm gonna chop this one up. Philistry? Help me pronounce that one for me. Philastry. Okay, got it now.
All right, well, I guess Yancey's already introduced me. My name's Doyle Philastry. I'm the new Chief Financial Officer over at the Coroner's Office, and pretty new, so I'm still learning the operations, but I do know that the millage here is important for us. I'm still learning, and you see, I've made some notes, so I wasn't really expecting to speak here. So also the coroner, let me see. I'm still learning, and the vote on this ordinance is critical to the functioning of the coroner's office. And it doesn't really matter whether you vote yes or no on this, because eventually we are going to run out of money. So we just have an issue this sliding few months, whether you vote yes or no. So the critical thing is for us to sit down and work for the taxpayers of St. Tammany Parish and come up with a funding source for the long-term good of the office and not worry so much about the short term. So I think in y'all's good judgment, y'all can come up with what that game plan should be, and I'm going to be in the office ready to help y'all. That's what I'd like to do, is be able to be a resource to help solve the long-term problems. So with that, thank you for your time and look forward to working with you.
Thank you. All right. So there are no more cards to speak. However, we did have 1, 2, 3, 9 people who filled out cards but did not want to, who are going to go into the record. So seeing no more cards, I'm going to close it to the public. I'm going to bring it to the administration and then bring it back to the council. Does the administration wish to make a comment at this time? Nope. All right. Close it to the administration, bring it back to the council. Mr. Smith and then Mr. Kugel.
Thank you. I just want to make a comment. I appreciated everybody that came up and spoke tonight. I think unintentionally somebody said something they didn't mean to say. Correct me if I'm wrong. But that would be the president of CCST, Rick Franzo. He is absolutely correct in the fact that we've got a critical decision the voters are going to be making next spring. But I think it's a rededication. It's an extension of a current tax, if you will, but it's not a tax increase. Rick, I think you had misspoke, and you know how critical this is, and we can't have people out there going, did Rick say that was a tax increase? It's not a tax increase, and I just wanted to correct that, and I knew it was misspoken on your part because I know you understand what we're trying to do. I just wanted to clarify that because both you and Mr. Ernst, y'all are absolutely correct. This is going to be a critical vote by St. Tammany Parish residents to keep this parish rolling like we hope it to continue to move forward without increasing taxes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And now Mr. Kugel. Oh, sorry, sir. Go ahead.
So I have questions for the coroner, the assessor, and CCST, but I want to defer to the rest of the council if you want me to stop after each one.
No, you got it.
First, Mr. Assessor, if I could ask you a few questions. And I don't want to put you on the spot, but I have been talking to Mr. Dugas, who's been very helpful to me.
Yes.
And I said, hypothetically, because one of my main concerns, as you can imagine, we've been hearing nonstop from constituents, are just the taxes, tax increases are just killing them. And I'm sure you know that.
Yes, sir. So
one of my main concerns is relief to taxpayers. And one of the things I can't and won't do is anything that would raise taxes. And I asked Mr. Dugas, and I'm just looking at the email now, should the council roll back the coroner and not roll forward everything else? What would that save the taxpayer? And he said $4.20 per $100,000 of home value. Does that sound correct?
I trust Troy, and if that's what he's saying.
So that would be $8 to $10, $6 to $10 of relief that would offer.
Yeah, I mean, for a couple $100,000 home, yeah, or more, yes.
I think that was my only question. Okay, and I think that was my only question for you. Did anybody else have a question for?
No,
Okay.
but Mr. Fitzmaurice, stay, because when the other councilmen come, they might have more questions for you.
Okay.
And the next question I had,
Gotcha.
Rick, if I could ask you a question. And appreciate, as always, you guys' organization, your interest in this, and keeping us transparent.
Thank you.
As you can imagine, one of the biggest concerns I think that the council has is the mandated expenses. And I think of all these that are possibly, that could be voted on rolling forward, alimony is on there, and which would allow us to do that. But you're asking that we not roll that forward either.
What I'm saying is, I think what I've heard was that the coroner's office might be willing to put some money back in the pot, so to speak. And the 1.5 million that was originally stated, again, I believe Article 5 of the Constitution doesn't allow you to take that money from the coroner's office, but I do believe he has the legal right to turn over money. If he says, I'll give you 100,000, I'll give you 500,000 millage can go back. I think he has the legal right to do that. And that's something that you need to bridge. You need to sit down with him and see what his budget and see what money he needs or what money he doesn't need. And maybe he needs maybe he cannot lose 1.5 million, but maybe he can sacrifice $1 million or $500,000 that can go back into alimony. I don't have a problem with that. I think that becomes a leveled out playing field with the money. It's moving from one to the other. As long as you can legally do that, and as long as the coroner is willing to give some money to that. I just think you have to pick your battles. And I think the most important battle is the March ballot, because everything else falls apart if we don't get that passed. And we will help everywhere we can, but it's not going to play well in everybody's hands up here. If we vote, whether it's $5 or $10, it's not going to play well in everybody's hands when they see in the news tomorrow that the council voted to raise millages here. And then you're going to come, and then you got the property taxes that are gone up, and then you got insurance going up, and then you're going to ask in March for more money. I think people it's not even, okay, it's not more money, and I apologize for that. But still, when people hear about it, and know that they need to vote
That's the
this
perception.
in, it's gonna be a problem. And listen, we'll try and help any way we can, because I think it's so important, it's so critical that our judicial system is funded properly.
Well, let me ask real quick, Emily, I put you on the spot as well. Should the coroner return some of this, can that be transferred to alimony to be used on mandated expenses?
I think the idea was that if we take less millage from the coroner and increase the general fund millage, that would offset. Not that we would take coroner money and add that to the general fund. It's the offset
Emily's
of the
got
millages.
it right, and it would offset it, and that can be done that way if he's willing to go with that. You
So
can do that.
that doesn't require us to vote to roll back the coroner and roll forward alimony today.
It does require that. You would be rolling back the adjusted millage rate for the coroner and rolling forward the general alimony, so that for the taxpayer, it's going to be just
Zero.
the adjusted millage rate.
Right.
So hopefully like a neutral tax effect.
Tax, right.
but the coroner would be taking a little bit less of the millage, and the more would be going into the general fund. That opens up that money to pay for those mandated expenses.
And I think that's a good way to approach that particular aspect between the car and the alimony. I think that's a good way to do it.
But I think what we're voting on, among other things, is rolling back the coroner and rolling forward alimony plus these other things. So, but you're...
Well, why wouldn't you say the other things? What does that got to do with...
Well, I guess that's my point. And I'm not trying to avoid that. I'm just trying to specifically deal with...
I think the focus should be between the coroner millage and what he's willing and what you could negotiate to get back to you guys, or back on the millage,
So
to lower it, and go into alimony.
You support...
I agree with that. I think that can be done, yes.
The coroner and rolling forward
Move it into alimony. But I don't agree with 1.5 million. I agree that it should be looked at and the right money should be assessed.
Okay, so but that's all that's the number we're voting on today, though. Am I correct? We can change it right now.
Yeah. But has anybody looked at the budget? Has anybody sat with tape and kind of looked at what's there and what's not there?
All right, y'all, let's keep order, and we have numbers. So Mr. Kugel and Mr. Friends, I'll answer you indirectly by referring. So some of us have had the opportunity to meet with the coroner's office and go over their budget. And once it comes back to some of we do have a proposed deal that we think would solve this problem that would work. Yeah.
Tonight. Okay. And then I appreciate it. And then the last question was just for Mr. Tate.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Tate, please.
Dr. Tate. Mr. President Cooper.
All right.
Yeah, if you can come while she
Okay, after Dr. Tape, and then we'll go to the administration, and then.
So Dr. Tape, thank you. So it looks like, I guess we're going to talk a little bit more about this resolution, but I guess one of the things I want to know, like, any reduction, how it's going to impact your operations. I'm particularly interested in, I think the DNA lab I'd heard about, that other municipalities are using it, but we're basically funding it. Is that correct?
Right, so you have two questions. As I said before, the money runs out sooner rather than later. I mean, right now, even with this proposed rollout, we more or less are in the black in 2027, in 2028 we're in the red. So it runs out sooner or later. And so basically, you're right. The DNA lab, we identify unidentified individuals, but that's a small percentage, like less than 5%. It's mostly law enforcement.
But we're not
being our parish. And
outside of our parish?
No, in St. Tammany Parish, mainly the sheriff and Slidell PD are the number one and number two, mixed in, I think, Mandeville and Covington.
So we're just not, it's just the municipalities in our parish that
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Right now, and that's the way the grants are run, so we can only do our parish people. But we fund that completely, and I think it's like $1.5 million a year it costs us or something. So it's kind of funny that number is being thrown around, but yeah. So that DNA lab is almost entirely law enforcement. If we could get some money from them, that would help out.
Okay. I think that's all I have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kugel. I'm going to go next, and then next up is Mr. Rowling. Assessor Fitzmaurice, if you would, please. Oh, sorry, I apologize. Mr. Cooper, your administration. Y'all had for Leslie or for you, sir?
Explain what was
Me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what President Cooper asked me to do is just to go over again, I guess, what is being proposed. What we presented to you was the first ordinance is required by law to adopt adjusted millages, and those are the rolled back millages. And so we will adopt those, or the council is being asked to adopt those, and we need those in order to levy a tax at all for 2024 based on the adjusted millage rates. Then the next ones, what we did is we took a look at all the millage rates that we levy, and in alimony, which was already discussed by Mr. Kugel, that supports the general fund for mandated expenses, and we know we don't have enough funding there, so we looked at saying, let's roll forward to the legal max. And then also we looked at animal services. In the Department of Animal Services, we are using our fund balance, so our expenses exceed our recurring revenue. So we want to roll forward that millage to the legal max that was approved by the voters. And then also in drainage, which we have millions of dollars of drainage projects on the capital plan that need to be funded to roll forward those millages. And what we knew is that at the coroner's millage, a couple things. One, the debt service that we had to build the building out there is going to be paid off. We have the funds available to pay that off in March of 2025. So we don't have to set aside $700,000 this year to pay that debt service payment. We also know that from reviewing the audited financial statements for the coroner's office for 21, 22, and 23, that their expenditures were running $6.2 to $6.5 million for the operation of that office, according to their audited statements. And then number 3, last year when we adopted the budget for the coroner's office, we adopted a budget of, I think, I have it, but it was under $7 million for the operating costs, for the amount to transfer to them, so that they would have a budget equal to the year before, basically a standstill budget. So when we looked at the grand recap, and the grand recap that was given to us in June for the coroner's office at the adjusted millage said it would generate $8.9 million is the estimate of the tax that will be generated. However, we only need just over $6 million for this year's operations. So the question was, can we roll forward 3 millages that are critical to us and reduce the millage at the coroner's office by the same amount, so that for the taxpayers, there's no increase in tax for them? And that's what we proposed.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Assessor, please, if you would. I would ask you if you would please explain to the audience and those watching on TV how the appeal process works. So if someone disagrees with your number, where do they begin, and then where does it go after your office?
The next is the board of review, which is the parish council.
Right.
That would be the next step. You have to do a review with us first. We checked, and we had, I think we've only got 4 or 5 that have come to you, but I think a couple of them hadn't come to us yet. So we were going to contact them and say, you got to start with the, and please tell your, because you have to start with the assessor's office before you can start the appeal process. So the next would be, once again, the board of review. Then after that would be the Louisiana Tax Commission. That would be the next step to go to. And then the last would be court system.
So there is a process.
Absolutely.
All right, and it starts off with y'all's office, and then it comes to us. We can
if they're not satisfied with what our decision was.
Right, y'all try to work with them, and then if they're unsatisfied,
we try really hard. I don't want you to see a single person.
Yeah.
So and last year we only had 1 person here. And you remember that situation. It ended up being a little funny, but yes, we know we're going to have appeal, and it's mostly going to probably be residential, mostly residential.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And then I had a question for Yancey. And Yancey, I just want to thank you for working with us and meeting with us and Dr. Tate and y'all's staff. And we have worked out we have a proposed deal that we're going to mention to y'all at the end of this session to kind of have y'all kind of help us out with the president's, the administration's proposal to make it balanced for everybody. I just wanted to thank you for that and
thank you.
Working with us and the council.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right.
Looking forward to it.
Mr. Impastato, really quick.
I have one question.
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Yancey.
And
Can
then
you
Larry.
confirm, based on your fund balance, what your run out will be? When you will not have any more money?
In the
Based on
beginning,
your fund balance with collecting 100% of your mill this year?
It appears in 2028, beginning of 2028, maybe.
Okay.
That's our projection. It's
All right.
From rough drafts.
All right, so it's going to be Mr. Rowling, then Mr. Smith, Mr. Corbin, then Mr. Bender.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Mr. Fitzmaurice, if you have 1 second, I know you're getting your exercise tonight.
Yancey, you might want to sit close.
Right, exactly. Okay, I noticed when you mentioned, and I appreciate all the information, I think it helps the residents, also helps us, no doubt about it. You mentioned the The senior freeze.
That's correct.
Okay. And that's 65, right?
Yes, and it's got an income requirement, which
Right.
is if you're combined of 100,000.
And I know from 2020, which was the last assessment, now
That's correct.
2024, and we know St. Tammany Parish is a destination to retire. We know that. So we know it's growing. Do you feel like the percentages have grown that much in 4 years to kind of, when the freezes have taken place for those assessments, how the bottom line looks? You know what I mean? Like, how does it hurt the bottom line compared if there wasn't a senior freeze? You know what I mean?
Most seniors who were frozen and up until now will be probably paying less taxes this year, based on the rollbacks. Most everybody rolling back, depending on where you live, but for the most part, everybody's going to see a senior with a senior freeze is probably going to be paying less taxes.
Right.
So needless to say, if they didn't have the freeze, they would be paying more taxes.
Right, and you have found that's increased probably in 4 years?
It is.
Because I do see the advertisements, and you do a good job of advertising that on your website.
I make sure every exemption out there, if you're eligible for it, I want you to get it.
Right, but that just kind of, when you said that, the senior freeze, I just felt like, looking back 4 years compared to now, because seniors are moving into St. Tammany, and then people are aging too, so at the same time, but it is a destination at the same time. But
yeah,
anyway,
but it's any, use this example. Let's say we all go out to lunch here. We're all sitting at lunch, and let's just say I can't pay for lunch one day. That's okay. I got 6 people here. We can cover that. And then let's say, a couple of weeks later, me and Carlin both can't, pay. Okay, we can, do, so 4 pay me. Well, then the next thing you know, half of, half of us can't pay. The other half have to. That's what you have when you're doing all these exemptions. If you're not paying the taxes, we are. That's what it boils down to. And we've made these decisions. And so like the veterans, if you're a 100% disabled veteran that's service related, you're not paying any taxes, property taxes, unless you live in a municipality that you have to pay on that first $75,000. But other than that, if you're living in an unincorporated area, you're not paying any taxes. We just recently had with the first responders, they get an extra $25,000. So that makes $100,000 homestead exemption they get. There's a cost with that. But we voted on that, and y'all voted on that. So we make these choices. Yet when it comes to paying the bill,
right.
we tend to forget those choices that we made.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Mr. Smith, and then Mr. Corbin.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Long answered or stated a few things I wanted to point out. But, and Louis, this is kind of back to you, and it's not really a question for you. I was just wondering if it's ever been considered, because I heard you say that what you guys do is you make your best guess at the value of a property.
Well,
correct?
no, not the value. I'm sorry if that was a misunderstanding. When we're setting those millage rates in a reassessment year, because of the timing of when we have to set those rates. Once again, I hadn't done the first appeal. We in this situation, we didn't know whether the first responders, didn't know how many homesteads. So we're having to make those decisions without all the information. I could give you a lot better number in November than I can in June.
I understand that part. But I guess for this assessment, you said that you all kind of guessed that properties would increase 20 to 25%. You get this gentleman that said he grew up here his whole life and he lives here, and yet these property taxes are going up and up and up, and he doesn't know if he can afford to continue to pay these property. Those are the people that we really are concerned about. And my thought is this: and I'm sure it would have to be something that state legislation would have to get involved in. you know, it does you absolutely no good to know that your property is now worth 25% more than it was last time, right? Because you live in your house and you stand there and you got your fixed budget and I'm paying my bills and boom, all of a sudden somebody tells me my property value is worth 25% more. Well, that's great if I'm selling my house and I got to buy it. But if I plan on living there, it does mean it's a curse that you guys just identified my property being increased 25%. So my thought, and it's not your fault, okay? My thought is this: at the state level, has anybody ever considered putting a cap on what? Let's say that you know you got real estate appraisals that said these properties went up 25% this year. Well, if there were a cap that said in any given assessment year, it can only go up by 10%, regardless if the values are appraised to be 25. Has that ever been given any consideration?
There's always, especially in reassessment year, there's always that talk. I guess you get into the practicalities of it. You know, as far as the effect it would have on the taxing bodies and stuff. But no, it's something that's always talked about. My opinion is let's raise the homestead exemption. Let's raise the homestead exemption.
Well, that too.
I think that would help a lot.
That's been 60 years or something since it was last?
It's in 1980s the last time it was raised.
Okay.
And so 20 years ago, 40% of this parish was fully homestead exempted. Okay? Maybe a little bit more. Then add probably another 20, 30% who were only paying on 5, 10, 15, 20,000 of value, assessed value, or less than that. It would be like 2,000 assessed value on 20,000. And so that has changed. So now less than 5% of the residential resident are fully homestead exempted now. That's just happened in 20 years. And that all has to do with the values. And it's a crazy thing because for most of us, our biggest asset is our home. Maybe you're not going to sell it, but maybe that's what your kids are going to get from you. So it's important. But when it comes tax time, I understand, my goodness, my house isn't worth this much. But in reality, we want to see those. What we don't want to see is a 25%. That's crazy.
Right.
That is crazy. And I had nothing to do with that.
Right.
Okay?
That's why I'm saying there should be state legislation that puts a cap on something like
Everything
that. Everything
I do, I have very little discretion. Very little discretion.
I appreciate
Everything
it.
I do
you got a tough
is by
job
state
right
law.
now. There's no doubt about it, and I appreciate you. I got one other comment that, and it referred back. I'm going to refer back to the coroner's millage. You know, that millage, those dollars received from that millage can only be used, it's dedicated dollars that can only be used for the coroner's office. So when it comes to, is it legal to take money from them? No. But we can legally reduce the millage so that less dollars are taken by the coroner. And in the same time, to keep it neutral for the taxpayer, we can take that deduction that we put on the coroner and we can increase the alimony for the general fund, and that's not taking money from his dedicated dollars. So I want to put a little clarification on that. I'm finished. Thank you.
Mr. Corbin, and then Mr. Bender.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Laughlin. Louis, I'll go ahead and start with you. I got a couple of questions for you, and then I want to speak to the coroner's office for just a moment. Mr. Fitzmaurice, how many parishes in Louisiana do their assessments the way we do, which is essentially in arrears?
All except Orleans.
And what's the advantages, what's the disadvantages of doing it in arrears versus doing it as a forward-looking like Orleans does?
It's just the circumstances we get to.
No.
We're having to give, like I said, we're having to really estimate, you know, those millages.
Well, I think it's even, in my conversations with Troy off your staff, it's more definitive than that. They have the answers that you do not have, that you have to estimate when they're looking forward.
That's
and
correct.
So most parishes, all except for one in the state of Louisiana, do it the way that we do it. And it does add a level of uncertainty that does not exist in other places.
Or in Orleans Parish, that's correct.
Yeah, in Orleans
Yeah,
Parish.
yes.
So I just wanted to point that out because that is a significant disadvantage relative to trying to project. And there's estimations, best guesses. I'm sure you're looking at lots and lots of data to come up with those answers. But in
Yes.
fact, you have not filled in your full equation when you say go.
Well, like I said, I hadn't had the first appeal. So I'm having to estimate what that percentage is going to be.
Okay.
You know, certain programs going in, we got to estimate
Right.
that. The rollback this year,
Yep.
you know, where you can pay in. We had to take that into consideration. Not really knowing how many of those would be.
That's right. I understand. And I understand that completely. I spent a lot of time, and I won't speak for the rest of my council, but I've seen the investment made by my peers in understanding this process to the best of our ability so that we can make judicious decisions based on what we understand.
And I see that too, and I just appreciate it.
Secondly, the gentleman talked about, he was comparing the taxes of homes in his neighborhood. What I would ask you is, what's the risk or the fallacy of comparing taxes of your neighbors versus comparing changes in the value of their home?
Well, I mean, you always got to compare apples and apples. And then a lot of times, a person might not know if you're just looking at the and the value, they may have the senior freeze. And it's been frozen, who knows, maybe 20 years and stuff. That has an effect. We could have it wrong. We could have it wrong.
Right.
So that's why we ask you to, one of my neighbors, we messed up his senior freeze. We moved his 23 back to 24 when he had frozen in 23. It was a mistake on our part. And I thanked him for checking his assessment.
Right.
And I encourage everyone, check your assessment because we're not perfect. I only have about 140,000 of these.
Right.
And not every one of them is going to be right.
So the point that I'm trying to make and that Mr. Fitzmaurice is expounding on is if you're comparing just the taxes and you go look at the people around you, there are a whole lot of unknowns that are not anywhere on that sheet, anywhere on the website that tell you about what's going on with your neighbors. They may have exemptions as mentioned. There's a variety of exemptions available.
Yes.
That would impact what, sir, I have the floor, which impact what taxes you're paid. Going and comparing your housing values and looking at it year over year gives you some understanding, is my house appreciating at a value significantly different, more or less, than the people who live around you, which is the base upon which your tax is calculated.
Yeah, as we say, we do mass appraisal, and we had that time frame that I gave you from July of 2022 through June of 2023. That's that year's worth of sales status, what we're going to use to establish value for the next 4 years.
Yes, sir.
We don't know what's going on the inside of the houses unless it's been for sale and on MLS and stuff. And so the depreciation could be different. That's why I encourage this gentleman and anybody that has an issue with their value to communicate with us and file a review. And you can do that online or you can come in.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzmaurice.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Yancey, and I apologize, I don't remember your last name. You provided an estimate of the runout of funds for the coroner's office. After the spending some time with some of my other peers with your organization, I believe, and I want to just validate this, that the premises and assumptions you use in calculating that runout are stagnant, meaning they're assuming that things are the way they are today. Our expenses are running the same. It's essentially, you just spread the money over a period of time. It does not take account of other opportunities for revenue that may show up that don't exist today, but that you guys have considered, that you've talked about, that you're looking at ways to go generate additional revenue, such as the DNA lab, such as autopsies for other entities besides just local entities, to be able to go provide that service to other parishes and other people in order to have opportunities to generate additional revenue. But those are at the infancy. So while I understand and agree with you where your runout is, also that is not taking into account some potential opportunities that do exist for the coroner to develop some additional revenue streams over time. Is that fair? Is that accurate?
Somewhat. Yes, sir.
Mostly?
Well, I mean, we have a lot of challenges with faith. And, after everything that's been, I hate to bring this up kind of, but I'm going to say an unjust smear campaign has caused us, it's like a business. Okay, let's look at it from a business standpoint. If you have somebody that talks bad about your business or your restaurant, who's going to want to go eat there? Right. So it's going to be difficult for us to get other coroner's offices around the state, smaller offices, who would want to come here right now.
But again, that's not my point. My point is, in your assumptions and the data that you presented to us, you did not incorporate any potential revenue growth in the future. You assumed that it was where it was today, and there are opportunities, notwithstanding the challenges you're talking about. I'm not dismissing those challenges or saying they don't exist, but there are potential revenue opportunities that you and your staff are looking at for the long term to go help extend that run out even further, correct?
That is correct, and
that's all I needed.
We just hope that the DNA lab would be profitable, and we're looking at it from a business standpoint, and we hope in the next 3 to 4 years it would be profitable.
Thank you.
And that's what we're looking at.
And we hope it'll be profitable too. Thank you very much.
We wanted to make it before it runs out.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Mr. Bender?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're talking about March. March is going to be very important, and I'm glad to hear that everybody's on board with this. Appreciate Mr. Franzo and General Ernst's comments and my colleagues' comments. About 8 years ago, I asked one of our district attorneys, assistant DAs, I asked this question. I said, I know the coroner's office, when I came to the parish council, I thought of the coroner's office as autopsies. I think most people, if you said, what does the coroner do? Well, autopsies, okay? And that's an important part. It is an important part. Sometimes they need to determine the cause of death, and sometimes for the grieved relatives, that's very important. But then I also learned that suicide prevention became very important for the coroner's office to handle, to help out with. And they've done well with that. But about 8 years ago, I asked an assistant district attorney who was working for us at the time, since retired, how important is DNA? And the answer I got was, Jerry, we're learning more and more, and I'm sure the judges and our district attorney, Colin Sims, or one of his assistant DAs in the criminal division, and probably the sheriff also can attest to this. He said, we're learning more and more that juries are not going to convict without DNA evidence. And I said, really? Yeah. They're so used to seeing it on TV. CSI this, CSI that, CSI that. I probably lost track of how many cities in CSI and other things are done. But my question, I wanted to make that statement, so I thank everybody for their support for March. Ms. Leslie, the coroner's millage, and I understand that their debt service will be paid off at the end of this year, correct?
We have the funds available. The last payment is March of 2025.
Okay.
But the payments into debt service have been made.
Okay, thank you. At that point in time, there's a clock that could start ticking regarding how long are we going to have funding for the coroner's office? In other words, how long will the coroner have funding for themselves? Correct?
So the last levy of the taxes this year, 2024,
right.
They have a fund balance.
Yep.
And if a tax were not to be renewed for
Right.
the coroner's office purposes, we've done an estimate, a run out of around October to December of 2028.
Okay.
Based on, some assumptions with some increases in the costs. But, and then the coroner's office has done their own run out, and I think they said a little earlier, they were thinking early 2028.
Okay, so here's my final question, and I'm coming to for an answer. So the coroner has very graciously, as I can tell, said that they are willing to offer up some funds this year, which means a decrease in their adjusted millage rate, correct?
That's what it sounds like.
And from what I'm hearing from everybody else is that the alimony could be adjusted up slightly to make up for that pretty much exact difference, okay? And I think I'm accurate on that, correct?
That's what we were proposing in this.
Okay,
in
that's
the
what's
items.
proposed?
Mhm.
Okay. So my question is this. Can we give the coroner their own money back, if we ever had to, from the general fund that their money will be put into?
Okay, so their money will not be put into the general fund.
Okay?
I mean, so the coroner tax will remain in the special revenue fund only for the coroner.
Only for the coroner?
Correct.
All right.
If you're
great.
talking about the alimony tax does go to the general fund.
Yes.
And I guess if the question is when they exhaust all the coroner funds, how do you pay for the coroner's office?
Well, you hit the nail on the head of what I was trying to figure out in my own brain here, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm glad I asked you. So whatever the coroner would offer tonight, okay, or has with our team of council members, that would go into a dedicated fund.
So the idea, so I think what they're saying is that the coroner millage, if it's lowered, whatever that generates, it's going to generate less tax.
Less tax.
Right. And so that will go into the coroner fund. The tax that, the coroner tax will go into the coroner fund. And then if you increase the millage in the alimony, that is going into the general fund. But it is the alimony tax, not the coroner tax. But
I understand.
We're reducing one millage and increasing another.
Thank you
for
very
two different
much.
purposes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Up next it's going to be Casabon, Phillips, and then Sidon. Well, they've spoken already.
Yes, press it again, Ms. Martha.
Miss Martha, press it again. All right, you're on.
Yes, I just wanted to thank the assessor, Lewis, for coming tonight, that he has cleared up a lot of questions that I had that have been put forth. I also would like to thank, we are dealing with, 4 different areas, 4 different millages, but I want to publicly thank all those agencies, especially in my area, that did not roll up. I have a rec district that lost over $10,000, and that was just on the veterans. They haven't even calculated yet the first responders. So they're trying to do their budget, but they agreed that this was the best thing for the parish, is not to, at this time, they would deal with what they had. I think the fire department in Folsom lost $17,000. And that, like I said, that's just on calculating what they had perceived. I also wanted to thank Lewis he was very diligent in meeting. I think some of us went to he met with all the rec departments in Abita and with a meeting and explained stuff like he did the night he came, to our meeting to explain stuff. And it gave an overall picture of, no, we're trying to keep everything neutral. We're, trying, it is that time. So I just want to appreciate that the work that he's done, educating the public and the parish people on how this assessment works and what we're doing. Our job tonight is to decide whether to roll up these millages or the way that we can do it without harming more taxes, but allowing us to continue with parish government. So I just wanted that shout out to you and thank you.
Mr. Phillips?
It's for the assessor. So we go through the process of rolling up, rolling back,
And all this basically is to fix a problem that we have with state mandated funds, correct?
On your end, yes, sir.
Okay, on our end, okay. Now, it seems to me that the elephant in the room is the state, because if the state has their constitutional convention and finance, what department would it be? The Revenue Department decides that they're going to mess with the homestead exemption and take it away after we do all this, then we still have a deficit here then, right? That homestead exemption, if it goes away, that's a tax increase for the
It's
people.
a tax increase for everybody.
So
yes.
you agree, and I agree with you, that it should be going up because it's worth maybe 1/4 of what it was 20 years ago.
Yes, if that much.
And now the potential for the state during a constitutional convention to take it away from us because they're trying to mess with the income tax.
Yes.
Then all of a sudden that gives us another increase in taxes, correct?
Yeah, if you take away the homestead, yes, it's going to increase. Or there's been talk about you tax the first 10,000 or so, but those that are fully homestead, and think about who's probably fully homestead now. Probably longtime senior freeze, or live in house trailers out in the country and stuff. And so that's who you would be putting that tax on in a sense, if you were to even do a change like that. But no, I agree with you 100%. I think we would be so much better off if we could just raise the homestead.
Right, so we're trying to fix a state mandated thing right now. And after we do this, there's the potential for the state to get involved again and sort of.
But I don't think they're going, I think there's too much. This has been a big reassessment, in pretty much every parish, really. I mean, because you think about Orleans and they were in the news last year. Basically, the same we're in the news this year.
Well, I guess the point I'm trying to make to the people is, they're here to protect their taxes going up, but it doesn't end here. It goes back to the state, too.
In my
so
regard,
you need to talk to your state representatives.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yep. Louis, if you'd stay. Yeah, you can pull up a chair. Councilwoman Seiden.
No.
You've already answered it. But you said there's a step-up program for anyone increased over 50%. Is that correct?
Yeah, if their assessment, not the taxes, but if their assessment, their value of the home went up over 50%. Yeah, it's this is the best example. Let's say it goes up an extra $1,000, and you were paying $1,000. So it would first year it'd be $1,250, the second year it would be $1,500, third year
Right.
$1,750. So over that 4-year period of time, you would pay that increase in taxes.
So I understand that, but how did you choose the 50%? Where did?
Well, I guess you could say the market decided that. It was the value, the increase in value.
No. How did you choose 50%?
Oh, that's a state law.
Oh, that's a state law.
Yeah,
Okay,
I don't make up it. I don't get to pick it. I really don't get to pick anything. And we called it when it first went into effect the Orleans Parish law because it's really for Orleans Parish, but now it's thankfully it is applying here.
I just didn't know with everything,
Yeah.
everything rising so quickly with insurance. I didn't know if you could give everyone, wouldn't that be nice?
That's
Step up.
I know. I'm very limited. Like I said, only
Yeah.
what the law allows me to do.
Got it. I just was curious how you decided that.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm going to hang out until you told me you're going to sit down.
Okay. It might be a safe bet, Assessor.
We're good.
All right. Next up is Mr. Kugel, Mr. Impastato, and then Mr. Corbin.
Mr. Fitzmaurice, just while you're here on TV, so if we could just explain real quick, it should take 1 second.
Sure.
The VA disability, it's 50, 70%, and 100%. Is that so?
It's different levels.
Okay, so
There is
100%
different levels.
is you pay.
And you're right as far as what your percentage you would get off. But what I do know is the 100%. If you're 100%
No taxes.
disabled, no taxes.
And 70% plus, or 70% you get.
I think an extra 25,
homestead exemption,
homestead exemption, like
and
that.
freeze.
Yes, yeah.
And then 50% is just a freeze.
I got someone in my office, Melanie.
okay.
She is so good at all this because it changes all the time and stuff. And we just have to, but no, there's different level. And there's just the other disability, if you can prove that, but that's income related. But with the veterans, it's not.
Okay, and then this is
In
more
that
just
regard.
for a public service now.
Yes.
And just to prove this, they just need to bring an award letter from
Yes.
the VA
Yes, from the
into your
VA.
office, and they
Yes.
can get. Okay,
That's
thank you.
correct.
All right, Mr. Impastato, and then Mr. Corbin.
The letters that are sent out and the information on the internet, that I think is good. It gives people an idea that, your tax bill is coming. And
Yes.
But can you explain, could that possibly change substantially up or down between now and when everything else is completed?
As far as...
Well, I know it's a projection.
It's projections, and well, like I said, I'll have a lot better idea at the end of next week, sort of where we're at, and then how many appeals that are coming to you. But we're looking right at what we estimated overall with about 20%, 19-20%, and that's where we seem to be hovering at.
Higher.
No, what we sort of projected. So we're sort of where we projected. If I had to do any guess, there would be less revenue possibly, but not much less at this point in time. But it will be a change. It changes literally every day.
Okay.
Every day.
Thank you, Mr.
You're
All right, Mr. Corbin? Oh.
There's been, just tonight, there's been several conversations about a change in the homestead exemption.
Yes.
If, for example, the homestead exemption was doubled, what would that do to the revenue received by any of the entities that are passing a millage?
I'm not saying that it's not an excellent question, because would you then be allowed to raise up the mills to whatever you need to collect that? That I don't know. That would probably have to be part of the legislation.
Well, but I think this is a really fairly straightforward question. If you doubled the homestead exemption, would not revenues go down because a significant more value of a home is now excluded?
It would go down.
Assuming that the millage has stayed the same.
Assume if the millage stays the same, absolutely that would go down.
Okay, yes. So I want to make that point. Secondly, and then if you double the homestead exemption, and I'm not saying I'm for or against it. I'm not trying to drive that message home, but I'm trying to drive home the ramifications and the trade-offs that have to be made. If homestead exemptions were doubled and revenue went down because of the people had a much larger exemption, what would you have to do to the millage rates in order to get back to revenue neutral?
I don't know if you much as double them as, because now probably
up or down.
Well, because the burden may shift. Right now, 70% of all the property taxes are paid by residential property owners.
Right.
Only about 30% with rent. If you doubled it and did that with the homestead and you raised your mills to make up, that burden would be, I would think, shift over towards the business community, who actually are assessed improvement-wise, commercial improvements, at 15%, where homes are at 10%, and don't, of course, get a homestead exemption. Right. So, but I understand what you're saying, and there's always that trade-off.
I appreciate the nuance that you're bringing to bear, but my simple math says that if the homestead exemption was substantially increased, then millages would have to be increased some number, maybe not an equivalent percentage. Let me finish. In order to be revenue neutral on a go-forward basis, somebody has to pay the taxes.
Well, I gave the example earlier and stuff.
Right.
So I always said if you ever looked at raising the homestead exemption, you would need to do that, and the best time to do that would be in a reassessment year, when you got those increase in values and stuff like that. So I wouldn't do the homestead probably until this would have been a perfect year, really, to have done it. And but that's the only way, because based on what you're saying, I agree 100%.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. That concludes that portion. I just wanted to make one comment. I did get to, there's a lot of blue tarps in my district, so I want to give credit where credit's due. Mr. Fitzmaurice, I had some of your staff in my neighborhood and they were very polite, and they were detailing all the damage to my blue tarp city where I live. So thank you. All right. So at this point, I need a motion to adjourn to this public hearing. Okay, so Mr. Impastato and Mr. Corbin. And now we're moving into the public meeting. Do we have to call roll again?
Yes.
All right. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Smith? Here. Mr. Rowling? Here. Ms. Casabon? Here. Ms. Seiden? Here. Mr. Phillips? Here. Ms. Tanner. Mr. Impastato. Mr. Burke. Mr. Kugel. Ms. O'Brien. Mr. Loughlin.
Here.
Mr. Bender. Mr. Corbin. Mr. Strickland. We have a quorum.
Thank you. All right. So do I read this again, the public?
So we're going to read each item, but we're not going to do further discussion.
Okay.
This is just going to be.
So for y'all who has chosen to stay with us, I appreciate it. For the special items, we're going to read them and then vote. We've already discussed in the public meeting. And then when we go to our regular items, then we're going to open up to the 3-minute time period. All right. So ordinance calendar number 7621 AA. Ordinance levying adjusted millage rates for the year 2024. All right, I will take a motion to adopt. Oh, and then for Mr. Corbin.
I would like to make a motion. I'm sorry, I don't know, this may be out of order, Arthur, so you have to tell me, but to take these in a different order than the way that they're organized on our sheet. And I'd like to make a motion that we take the ordinances out of order relative to how they're listed on the agenda, and take item 1 and do it in the order of item 1, then item 6, then item 3, then item 4, then item 5, and item 2. And I can give you the numbers for each of those if you'd like.
No, I think we're already prepared for that. So we can start off, though, with item 1 to still begin, correct, sir?
Yes, we can.
All right. So do we need to take a vote?
Yes.
All right. So we need to vote really quick just to take them out of order and do them in a more logical sense.
Yes.
Okay? Can I have a motion and a
So
second?
moved.
All right, second, Mr. Impastato. Please vote your machines. This is just to change the order.
So you understand why we're doing it, right? Yes.
Just on the order.
The motion is unanimous with 1 absent.
All right. Thank you. So ordinance calendar number 7621 AA, ordinance levying adjusted millage rates for the year 2024. All right. At this point, I would ask for a motion from Mr. Impastato.
I move.
And a second from Mr. Corbin.
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 1 absent.
All right, next up is ordinance calendar number 7622 AA, ordinance levying increased millage rates for the, oh wait,
You read them in order.
oh, I'm sorry. Okay, Katrina did her own order for me. So, y'all, I am handled, you don't understand. Yes, ordinance calendar number 7626 AA, ordinance establishing parcel fees for the year 2024. I'll take Mr. Impastato, and I'll take a second from Mr. Corbin. Thank you. Please vote. All right, so I just stay in this one.
The motion is unanimous with 1 absent.
All right. Ordinance calendar number 7623 AA, ordinance levying increased millage rates for the year for drainage maintenance.
I'd like to make a motion to remove.
All right, so we have a motion to remove from Councilwoman Tanner. Do we have a second? Second by Mr. Kugel. All right, we have a motion and a second. See no other motions. Let's vote.
That's to remove.
To remove, yes, sir.
The motion is unanimous with 1 absent.
Ordinance calendar number 7624 AA, ordinance levying increased millage rates for the year 2024 for animal services. Mr. Corbin?
Motion to remove.
We have a motion to remove from Mr. Corbin. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have multiple seconds. So, Mr. Strickland. All right, please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 1 absent.
Ordinance calendar number 7625 AA, ordinance levying decreased millage rates for the year 2024 for the St. Tammany Parish Coroner. I have a, Mr. Impastato?
I have a motion to amend.
We have a motion to amend.
Amend to ordinance got to decrease the millage rate to 2.66.
All right, and do we have a second? Second by Mr. Smith. We have a motion and a second. Seeing no other lights, please vote on the amendment. All right. And now I
The
need...
motion is unanimous with one absent.
All right, and now I need a motion to reintroduce as amended.
I'd like to move.
Mr. Impastato, do we have a second? Multiple. Ms. Cheryl Tanner. All right, so this will be reintroduced. And then finally, ordinance calendar number 7622AA, ordinance levying increased millage rates for the year 2024 for alimony. Mr. Corbin?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
I second that motion.
Mr. Impastato, we have a motion and a second. See no other lights, please vote. Ms. Tanner?
Oh, thank you. In case the public is confused, what we just accomplished was, with the coroner's help, we lowered his millage a little, and we did pass the alimony tax, which is necessary, we feel, for the judicial system. So we are revenue neutral. One outweighs the other one. So there will be...
Taxes will not go up.
Taxes will not go up, correct.
On these.
All right, and Mr. Corbin?
Yeah, I just want to reinforce what Cheryl said. Those two items were taken one in the order they were to demonstrate a source for us allowing to go forward on the alimony as a demonstration of our commitment to our judicial system and put an initial contribution towards the judicial system. And with the coroner, with conversations with the coroner, we were able to go make that adjustment, and it is essentially a net change in those two revenue streams.
All right, thank you.
And that motion was unanimous with one absent.
All right, now we're moving on to the regular portion of the agenda, and public comment is available. A 3-minute time limit is established for each member of the public wishing to speak for or against an item on the agenda except appeals. To ensure that all speakers are heard, please hold cheers and applause. Anyone who wishes to place a comment in the record but does not wish to speak at the podium may fill a speaker card and check the box indicating they do not wish to speak. All right, thank you. So first up is what is called our consent. Oh, sorry, I apologize. All right, while the room's clearing, we'll get ready to get started again. All righty. No, we're going to, no, Katrina has corrected me. We are going to appointments. So first up is our first appointment. This is a resolution to reappoint Lawrence Dupree, Leanna Robin, Desmond LeBlanc, Glenn Rayford to the Board of Commissioners for the St. Tammany Parish Drainage District Number 2. This is in District 13. Mr. Corbin. Oh, sorry, I apologize.
I make a motion to postpone this indefinitely. We're having challenges finding the people that can serve given the requirements that exist within Drainage District Number 2 for property ownership. We're going to continue to work that, but I also want to at this time thank the people who are serving, who are the people that are listed here, who have continued to serve while we work through this challenge.
All right, we do have one card, sir. Do you want to?
Sure.
Okay. Mr. Terrence Bright, before we move on to another, please come up. You have 3 minutes, sir. And thank you for waiting.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Council, for allowing me to speak. So my name is Terrence Bright. I go by Terry. I'm a resident of Lakeshore Villages in Slidell. Many people don't realize our community, yes, has an owners association that's still run by D.R. Horton, but we also have a community development district which we pay annual fees to by way of our parish tax bill. And oftentimes people confuse the two, but it's a big difference, what I'm going to talk about today. I actually was a former board member, publicly elected. The position is technically a public official position. I resigned back in July based on some of the things that I emailed to you guys in my resignation letter about 2 months ago. that I was really concerned with and felt I needed to step away from based on what is happening in Lakeshore Villages. So just three main themes that are happening that apply to the two members that you just mentioned, Mr. LeBlanc and Mr. Dupre, who currently hold our chair and vice chair positions. Mismanagement of funds, lack of strategy on how to accomplish some huge infrastructure that needs to get tackled. Mainly that's our roads that are publicly maintained through our CDD. Unequal treatment of residents, unethical and inappropriate behavior. And then lastly, many residents actually want the two members that I just mentioned to resign from their board positions. If not, look for ways to recall them as I speak now, based on the behavior that I'll describe to you guys. Yes.
One comment. So at this point, we have a motion to postpone this.
Yeah.
So I think what you're kind of off topic in the sense that we have a procedural motion.
Oh, just completely,
right?
Definitely.
Right.
Okay.
So for right now, I think your comment would be better for another time.
Okay.
But in that sense, because we're going to move to postpone it at this time.
Okay. No.
Yeah. Yeah, and you're only limited to a minute. I do apologize. I should have told you. Thank you, though. I appreciate you
thank
coming.
you.
Okay, so we have a motion, and do we have a second?
Just to postpone?
Yeah, second. And multiple seconds, but it's Mr. Kugel. Please vote. Thank you, Mr. Corbin.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
All right, item number 2, resolution to appoint 4 members of the public to the Home Rule Charter Advisory Committee. All right, so first I have been advised that we do need to make a slight amendment to this. All right.
Mr. Kugel has his light on.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I would motion to amend.
All right, and then Mr. Kugel, you'll be next. So Mr. Impastato,
It's an amendment to make it the parish president or his designee.
can you
Turn on your mic.
The parish president or his designee, and the district attorney or his designee.
All right. So we have a motion and a second. Please vote to amend.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Okay. So now we're going to go, we can make amendments. Yeah, we're going to open the floor to nominations. And so please hit your lights. Starting off with Mr. Kugel.
I would like to nominate Pearl River Mayor Joe Lee.
Joe Lee, okay. Mr. Corbin.
I'd like to nominate former Parish President Kevin Davis.
All right, Mr. Corbin. Mr. Burke.
I'd like to nominate Chris Jean.
All right. Mr. Smith.
My nomination will be Mr. Jeff Shane.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bender.
My nominee will be Ms. Donna McDonald.
Thank you. Mr. Strickland.
My nomination is Miss Arlena LeBlanc.
Thank you. Mr. Impastato. Oh,
Can you go just a little
slow.
bit
We got to slow down.
She doesn't yell at you like she does me.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Impastato.
I would like to nominate General Carl Ernst.
All right, thank you. Mrs. Tanner.
I'd like to nominate Mimi Goodyear Dawson.
Thank you. Mr. Phillips.
I understand I'm allowed to speak for Ms. O'Brien.
Yeah,
also.
Ms. O'Brien couldn't make it tonight, so she's given her, yeah.
So Ms. O'Brien from her district will nominate Ronald Thomas.
Ronald, thank you.
And that's District 10. District 5, I will nominate Jeff Ferris.
Mrs. Casabon?
Yes, I'd like to nominate Dale Jenkins.
All right, thank you. And I'm going to make a nomination of Mr., I'm going to need some help from Mr. Massengill, Keith Esquadron. All right, seeing no more lights, I'm going to close. For the councilman who did not nominate, all of us have a chance to make one? You're good? Nope. Seeing no more? Oh, Mr. Corbin?
Do you need a motion to close nominations?
Please.
So moved.
Okay, multiple seconds, thank you. All right, and just so the audience know, we're going to vote next month. So they're going to lay over for a month where we're going to go over resumes and make our decision then. Yes. That's why you're the parliamentarian. Please vote your machines.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
All right, item number 3, resolution to appoint 3 members to fill vacancies on the Board of Commissioners for Recreation District Number 5. This is Mr. Strickland and Mr. Burke. Mr. Kugel?
Emily, just so we are voting on an ordinance to expand. Does this resolution already have the language that it will wait till the president's signature because we're expanding the board?
So what we would like to do is table this appointment resolution until after we adopt the ordinance. So if we could table this.
And then we can bring it up in the same meeting?
Have a motion to table this until we get to ordinance for adoption number 1, and then we can make those appointments, subject to, obviously, the passage of that ordinance when we get to it on the agenda.
Right. Thank you.
So.
All right, so Mr. Kugel, would you make a motion to table? Oh, Mr. Burke? Okay. All right, and Ms. Burke and Impastato.
Yes.
Yep, vote to table.
Has everybody voted?
Has everybody voted? Check your machines. If you have a blue light, you did.
Mr. Kugel, what was your vote?
Table.
Yes.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Thank you. Moving on to the consent calendar. Any items not pulled from the consent calendar are automatically approved in whole by one vote. Items pulled from the consent calendar are discussed and voted upon individually. A majority vote of the entire council is required to adopt the consent calendar. All right? So already we have the following items that have been pulled. Under ordinances for introduction, it's number 3, which is 7676. Number 4, which is 7677. Number 5, which is 7678. Number 6, which is 7679. Oh, sorry, and number 12, which is 7685. And then number 25, which is 7698. Then under resolutions, items pulled are number 3, 6996. Number 8, which is 7001. Number 9, 7002. Number 10, 7003. Do we have any cards? Okay, and it's already, all right. Yep, we had one pulled from the audience, which I've already mentioned. Looking to the administration, do y'all have anything else we should pull? All right, looking to my right and my left. Do my colleagues want to pull anything? All right, so at this time, I'll take a motion to adopt, Mr. Corbin, to adopt the consent calendar. And do I have a second? Mr. Impastato. Please vote to accept the, all right, the items on the consent calendar.
Everybody voted. Ms. Casabon, what was your vote?
Martha?
With a verbal yes from Ms. Casabon, the motion is unanimous with one absent.
Ross, do you need them? Yeah. All right, so ordinances for introduction, it's for chronologically on the list, it's number 3, 4, 5, 6, 13, and 25.
That's 12 and not
Oh, sorry,
13.
12, not 13. That's 12. Sorry for mentioning the bad luck number. And then under resolutions, it's 3, 8, 9, and 10. You caught up? All right. So first item pulled. Yep, Mr. Corbin?
Chairman, may I have a moment of personal privilege?
Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Kugel and Mr. Burke and myself sponsored C-7000, which was included in the consent calendar and approved, and we did not pull it. But I just would like to mention that the purpose of that resolution is to urge our state and federal officials to go fix the bridges on Highway 90 that connect Louisiana to Mississippi, and right now are part of a exit path that's not available to us should a storm come up. So
Absolutely.
thank you.
Thank you all for doing that. We appreciate it. All right, so first item pulled is under ordinances for introduction is item number 3, ordinance calendar number 7676. Ordinance to amend the Parish Code of Ordinances, Part 1, Chapter 10, Article 4, Animal Control and Welfare, Section 10-642, Definitions, to update the definition of proper shelter in regards to cattle, which is Section 10-643, Enforcement Authority, to address unfounded animal welfare complaints, Section 10-647, Animals at Large Leash Law, and to add enforcement for repeat offenders, and Section 10-667, Animal Establishment Permits, to provide updates regarding microchipping and annual permitting requirements for animal establishments. Councilwoman Tanner, this is yours.
Yes, and I think Emily has some corrections on this, but basically we worked, Larry and I worked with animal control. We had some issues with cattle and other things, and we worked with animal control and also included in this ordinance some things that they felt that they needed about the microchipping of animals, so they could tell if they were coming from a breeder or exactly where they were, or if they were, you know, just being abandoned. So we've made some changes on this, and I think it's for the good. And Emily, I think that you have some corrections.
Yes, we just needed to do an amendment to make some procedural corrections so that when this is codified, it's clear where these changes are being made in the code. So if you wouldn't mind making the motion to amend, to make those procedural changes, and also to add Mr. Rowling as a co-sponsor of this ordinance. And then after the amendment, we can do a motion to introduce as amended, and we'll vote to adopt it next month.
I make the motion.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Tanner. We have a motion to amend. Mr. Rowling, would you like to make the second? All right. So now I need y'all to vote your machines to accept the amendment and to make the amendment.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
All right, and then Councilwoman Tanner, would you make the motion to reintroduce as amended?
I make the motion.
All right, Mr. Rowling, the second. All right, so it's been reintroduced.
Just introduce.
Yeah, I'm sorry, just introduced as amended. Next up is item number 4, ordinance calendar number 7677, ordinance to amend and extend for 6 months the moratorium on receipt of submission by the Parish Planning and Zoning Commission for the re-subdivision or rezoning of certain property and or on the issuance of certain permits by the Parish Department of Planning and Development permits for the construction or placement of certain building structures on property in the area bounded by 11th Street, Harrison Avenue, Highway 59, Fire Tower Road, 5th Avenue, and Hellenberg Road to become the property in the area bounded by Lincoln Street, 11th Street, North Street, 11th Ave, Soul Drive, Parker Ave, Highway 59, Ponchatoula Creek, Northerly Homes Property Subdivision, 5th Avenue, and Hellenberg Road, all as more particularly described herein on the attached map. This is in Ward 3, District 5. Councilman Phillips.
Yes, I want to extend the moratorium. A lot of the issues that have been occurring have not been corrected. We still have drainage problems. I have a whole booklet basically of photos of the area being underwater. A lot of it may be due to the density of some of the development that's been there, and I know there's plans in place to correct the problem, and they haven't been completed yet.
Okay.
So,
Thank you. Councilman, I would ask that we make an amendment to this. Originally, we had taken my portion of District 11 out. I suggest that we reinstate it. So
Okay.
would you make a motion to amend?
I'll make a motion to amend.
All right. Do we have a second? Second. All right, Mr. Impastato. So please vote on the amendment. All right, and then
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Councilman Phillips, will you make the motion to reintroduce as amended?
I'll make a motion to reintroduce as amended.
Do we have a second? Mr. Corbin, thank you. All right, next up is number 5, which is ordinance calendar number 7678, ordinance to impose a 6-month moratorium on the receipt of submissions by the St. Tammany Parish Department of Planning and Development and/or the issuance of permits by the Department of Permits and Inspections for construction or placement of any new building structure in Forest Glen subdivision located in Council District 7. Mr. Impastato.
Mr. Chairman, the reason this area is under moratorium is because of their water system and the issues that we've had. We do want to get moratoriums lifted as soon as possible. We will follow up with the Public Service Commission this week and see what the status of the improvements and/or changes to the system will be.
All right, so do you make a motion?
Yes, sir.
Do we have a second? Mr. Corbin? Seeing no lights, we have a motion and a second. Thank you.
I knew that.
Item number 6, this is ordinance calendar number 7679, ordinance to impose a 6-month moratorium on the receipt of submissions by the St. Tammany Parish Department of Planning and Development and/or the issuance of permits by the Department of Permits and Inspections for the construction or placement of any new residence or dwelling within the Tammany Forest subdivision, as described in the attached record plat located within the geographic boundaries of Council District 7, east of Highway 434, and on the east and west side of Barry Todd Road. Mr. Impastato, this is yours also.
Mr. Chairman, this area has had flooding issues for many, many years. Mr. Hill is going to come up and give us a progress report. We do have some good news potentially, and hopefully this moratorium will certainly be lifted prior to the 6-month extension.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Another item that was on your consent calendar tonight for introduction is to begin assign funds to do some work in Tammany Forest. Tammany Forest is interesting. It was originally platted around 1987. I told Councilman Impastato this is a perfect example of the change in drainage regulations in St. Tammany Parish. The UDC has pages and pages of drainage requirements. 1987, the drainage requirements were just 1 paragraph. So just to show you how much difference the parishes or progress we've made over the years.
Does it just say dig a ditch?
It said drainage systems shall be provided. It didn't necessarily say how well it's supposed to perform. Yeah, I'll get you a copy of it.
I want to get a copy of that.
All right. Yeah, because I mean, it's very similar to your area in Red Gap and the moratoriums. Those are all areas that were developed prior to any regulation that we had. So when we look at the Tammany Forest area, what we're going to be looking at is, I guess you could say, developing it the right way, where it's looking at if you could reduce runoff from the area by installing smaller detention ponds on the undeveloped tract of the land to hold the water, making sure there's consistency in the way drainage is flowing through the area, a proper survey. Like when you do a new subdivision now, you do a culvert plan with proper culvert sizes through it that reflect in our building department. They check that, make sure everything's according to that plan. For these older subdivisions, they do not have that. So it's kind of, for a subdivision that is open for development, it's a lot of lots in there are only 50-foot lots. So you can have a dense development come in to the point that you could have 50, 60 lots come in for higher development with no provisions that are being made. So those are the items we're going to work to address to make the development, you know, they could come and start building on those lots tomorrow without the moratorium. So we'll make accommodations.
Thank you, Dave.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Motion introduced.
All right, so we have a motion to introduce by Mr. Impastato. Do we have a second? Mr. Rowling? All right, we have a motion and a second. Last up under ordinances is going to be number 25. Oh, 12, sorry. Catch up here. Yep, oh, my apologies.
You mentioned that the numbering was wrong.
Okay, so before we begin, I just want to highlight there was a numbering issue. So this is correct. Okay, so what is correct is we are pulling ordinance calendar number 7685, not 7686. That's where
No. The error was on the agenda. It reads 7585, and also number 13 reads 7586. It's actually 7685 and 7686.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, so this is ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana, to reclassify a certain parcel located on the east side of Interstate 12 and on the west side of LA Highway 1088, Mandeville, and which property comprises a total of 306.10 acres of land, more or less, from its present AML to an AML and RBCO, which is a regional business center overlay. This is in Ward 4, District 11. Mr. Crosby?
Thank you and good evening. We requested the item to be pulled because we made a slight change to the RBCO document, which I was advised needed to be approved by the council before it actually got introduced. So that's why we're here. If there are any questions about that, I'll be glad to answer it. The change only involved parcels less than 20,000 square feet, how they're used, and it's a pretty minor deal.
All right. So I would ask for a motion to make the correction from Mr. Impastato. All right, and a second by Mr. Burke. Second. Thank you.
See you next month.
And then we need, yes, sir, thank you. And then we're just going to do some procedural things. All right, so we're going to need Mr. Corbin, you had a question?
That explanation of what we changed doesn't seem sufficient. Is there specific language that changed, Emily, or is it actually sufficient?
It's actually sufficient.
Okay,
So,
I'm done.
an RBCO is an overlay over a zoning district. So this is for the Gulf South project at 1088 and I-12, and the RBCO is to expand the uses for what can be used or what permitted zoning is going to be allowable out at that site. And as part of the RBCO, you're required to submit a plat. And this is a very small change to the end of a roadway to allow more control for egress and ingress. But because it is an overlay and because it's already been to the zoning commission, we needed to make that slight change while it was still in the ordinance stage at the council in order for that to be adopted as part of the overlay.
Perfect. Thank you for the explanation.
And that document was included in that folder that's at your seat.
Gotcha. All right, so this is basically housekeeping at this point.
Yes.
All right. All right, so we need to vote first on the change, on the amendment. Y'all, can y'all vote? All right, y'all check your machines. We're missing one vote.
Mr. Smith, what was your vote? With a
Thank you.
verbal yes from Mr. Smith, the motion's unanimous with one absent.
Thank you. And now I just need a motion. All right, Mr. Impastato, can I have a second? Mr. Burke, thank you. All right, now number 25. Under the UDC, item number 25, ordinance calendar number 7698, ordinance to address public comments, improve code administration, make minor changes and corrections, and clarify the St. Tammany Parish Code of Ordinances, Part 2, Unified Development Code, UDC, adopted December 18th, 2023, per ordinance number 23-5339. This is parish-wide. Good evening, Mr. Hernandez. How are you, sir? You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'd just like to start by saying I am a subscriber to the Farmer. Now, it's interesting that the assessor made a comment regarding the percentages that were being, 20% he said were, he would call substantial. It's interesting that in the ordinance introduction, it says that there are minor changes. Now, let's talk, and I'm talking about billboards here. Billboards, minor changes. What's being proposed in this ordinance, we're going from a maximum of new billboards from 300 square feet to 378 square feet. 300, 378. Would you call that minor? the assessor wouldn't. And replacement billboards, we're going from 400 square feet to 672 square feet. 400, 672. Would you call that minor? Except for the billboard industry, I'm wondering if your constituents want you to increase the size of billboards. And where can we have billboards? We can have billboards along the interstate highway, along U.S. highways, along state roads. We have many state roads throughout the parish. Where does zoning permit it to have? Non-residential zones can have billboards, non-residential zones. And it's cannot be within 500 feet of a residential zone. So as long as you have anyway. And I'm wondering where is it that we want to meet the so-called industry standards? And that was the reason for the change, to meet industry standards. Do other parishes in Louisiana meet the industry standards? No. Do other parishes or other locations outside of Louisiana meet? No, they don't meet the industry standards. So why is it that St. Tammany wants to meet the industry standards? Why? Because that's what the industry says. The billboard industry says this is what they want. They want these larger billboards because it meets their standards. Well, I would hope that you are looking at maybe what the constituents want, and hope that how many people have come to you and say they want to see larger billboards throughout the parish? And that's effectively what we're doing here. We're increasing it from 300 to 378 for new, and going from 400 square feet to 672 square feet. What is the reason for doing that? Because we want to go back to the 19th century? Because billboards is how we get to places we want to go? Because billboards, the larger the billboards, the more, the better the product is, or the more products that we sell on this? Or, I mean, it doesn't make sense to me. So I would hope that you would consider leaving the billboard section alone and just keeping it as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Councilwoman Casabon?
Yes. Oh, just me. I have a question for Ross. Where is Ross? Ross.
Mr.
Do we
Liner.
still have that moratorium on billboards on the interstate?
There is no moratorium on billboards on the interstate.
We didn't do it. We did it years ago, but
Since I've been here, we haven't had one. We have a cap of 200 billboards in St. Tammany Parish, and we're not even close to that number. Based on zoning requirements and site and structure provisions, where they can go is very limited, even though they are available in most non-residential districts. But where they can go based on
the
where you can
zoning
actually
thing.
get it in based on site and structure provisions are very limited. And it's mostly along the interstate. We do have an industry expert here who can speak to specifics, but from what I understand, most billboards that are currently in place on I-12 are 378 square feet or 376 square feet, whatever they are. So our code would be updated to match what's exactly there now, and any new billboard would be the size that you see now on I-12. On I-10, there are some bigger billboards in the 670 whatever range that it is square feet, and those would be permitted again at that size. But if there is a new billboard coming in, it would be at a lesser size of 378 or so, so whatever it is. If you have specific questions, though, I believe someone is here to answer those.
It's just that I just remember us limiting the number. So it is capped at 200 that we would, because we didn't want one every so many feet.
That's right.
And stuff. So we did that years ago.
That's correct.
Oh, all right. Thank you. That's
All
my
right.
questions.
We do have another card from the public. We have Mr. Lance Kern. Sir, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. I know there was a concern earlier of going to larger size signs, but this is not the case. Some of the locations that are on the road today are greater than 672 square feet. So in fact, this would be a
Reducing
reduction
them.
if, say, a storm were to come through and tear a sign down. The sign would go back at the smaller size versus the larger size that it would be today. So.
Okay.
All right.
Questions?
Ms. Casabon, are you finished?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Corbin?
Sir, if I could ask, I got to ask, how did signs bigger than the allowable in the revised UDC get put up originally?
Say that one more time, I'm sorry.
How did signs that are bigger, the 300 versus 378, how did signs that are, Ross, maybe you can answer it? How did signs that are bigger get put up originally?
Through the years, the regulations do change. So it could be that the spacing requirement or the size requirement changed over the course of the time that it was constructed.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes. Different codes, different times.
All right.
Thank you very much.
But moving forward, I will say that they're going to be capped at the smaller size of the 376 or whatever it is. That is going to be the new standard, the smaller size, any new billboard moving forward.
All right, and then I had a question for both y'all, if you don't mind. Sorry, Ross. Our new standard under the new DC that y'all came up with, this makes us compatible with whatever the standard is. So if someone's coming here to put a billboard up, and we still have a couple of more that can within the cap, they can just like take it. Basically, I know you build them, but you could take it off the shelf, so to speak. You don't have to make special concessions just to do it here in St. Tammany. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, seeing no more, I'll entertain a motion. Mr. Impastato? All right, Mr. Burke? Thank you. All right, so that ends the portion of the ordinances. Now moving to resolutions. First one pulled is going to be number 3 on the list. So, oh, I see what you mean. All right. Hold on one second. Mr. Kugel, would you like to place a motion to take the agenda out of order?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move up the appeal. It's appeal number.
It's the only one we have tonight.
Yes. So we can take that care of.
So we have a motion to take the agenda out of order. We have a second by Mr. Pistato. Let's vote our machines. All right, just.
Need to make sure everybody voted.
I apologize.
I only have 10 votes.
Y'all, we only have, check your machines, make sure you got a blue light.
Ms. Casabon?
What was your vote, Ms. Casabon? Thank you.
Mr. Burke, what was your vote?
Okay.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
All right, thank you. So for those of y'all, for the matter,
Show up for me, I'm sorry.
for those still in the audience, what we're doing is we're moving the appeal up right now so we can, to kind of speed things up. So appeal number 2, David Carasso appealing the Planning and Zoning Commission denial on July 9th, 2024 for a minor subdivision of 0.8 acres and 5.09 acres of land located on the east side of P. Kennedy Road, north of Clifford Singletary Road, Pearl River, into 2 parcels, 2, 3, and 4. This is in Ward 6, District 9. Mr. Kugel.
Is there any cards against?
There's no card.
There's no cards concerning this.
Okay. Just a quick introduction, Mr. Carrasco. And so just to make sure, this is family property. It's two of your sons own it?
So this property's been in my family. First of all, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak, council.
Yep.
And staff. My name is David Carrasco. This property has been in my family's name for over 50 years. Parcel 1 that's reflected on the survey and the adjacent parcel directly to the east. Parcel 1 belonged to me. The next parcel to the east belonged to my brother. Parcel 2 was a parcel that was put in place 35 years ago when we got this property and has served as a right-of-way to access those 2 pieces of property. Parcel 3 and Parcel 4 were a direct result of an inheritance. Parcel 2 was also involved in the inheritance, but at the time, we didn't plan on changing the configuration. Parcel 4 was agreed between my brother and I that he would own that piece of property. The property that was 1 1/3 that was adjacent to Parcel 1 was moved over into Parcel 4 along with his inheritance. Parcel 3 was what was left over. We had no control of that. Parcel 2, we actually learned that we needed to file an application for a minor subdivision in May. We went to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission instructed us that we needed to increase the size of Parcel 2 to 1 acre, which would meet the requirement of the acreage amount. Parcel 3 already met that. Parcel 4 already met that. There's also another requirement that requires 150 feet of road frontage for the parcels. We'll never have that with Parcel 3 or Parcel 2. The road that actually runs parallel with the property, P. Kennedy Road, actually makes a 90-degree turn to the west at Parcel 2. So Parcel 1 would never see any road frontage. Parcel 2 saw limited road frontage, and the parcel that I actually acquired from my brother adjacent to Parcel 1 never saw any road frontage either. We believe that the decision that was made at the meeting was not the right decision, and we're asking the council to reverse that decision based on some of the information that I just gave you.
Yep, Mr. Kugel.
Have anything to add to this, Ross?
No, I think that the Planning Commission made their decision, but based on the parcel layout, it's odd. But people put in applications for homes all the time, and we don't regulate ugly. Not saying that the parcel's ugly, but it does meet everything except for a common waiver that's given every month. So while these do pose some constructability issues, there's, other than the waiver that's typically given every month, there's no issue with the way it's laid out.
So, and Mr. Carrasco, this is owned by, so pretty much everything around the surrounding property is your family's?
That's correct.
Okay, so the procedure, I'm going to make a motion to override. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Let me rephrase that. So what I'm going to tell you is that Parcel 4 is owned by my brother.
Okay.
At this current time. I own Parcel 3, I own Parcel 2, I own Parcel 1, and I own the parcel adjacent to 1.
Roger. Okay.
I have a son that lives on Parcel 1 with his family.
Okay.
In their residence.
So they're okay with
I have another son. I have another son that lives directly to the west of Parcel 1 on a piece of property that's about 3 acres. That was also part of our family property.
Okay.
The goal here is for me to be able to transfer ownership of these properties directly to my 2 sons that live adjacent to these properties. That's the goal.
Roger. Okay, Emily, so I want to make a motion to override and approve, but however, I need to and also include the waiver. So the language to do procedurally, I want to make a motion to override, dependent upon the waiver?
Yes, just make a motion to override the Planning Commission's denial and approve the waiver.
I want to make a motion to override the Planning Commission's denial and approve the waiver.
All right, and we have a second. All right, and second. And then, Mr. Smith, you have your light on?
Yeah.
Oh, I apologize. Mr. Smith, hit your button again.
Your brother owns Parcel 3?
No, sir. My brother owns Parcel 4. That was the first parcel that we decided on as a result of my father's passing and the inheritance.
Your brother's fine with what you're trying to do?
My brother is perfectly fine with that parcel.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Let's vote. Override, yeah. Yeah, he wants.
Hold on. The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Hold on, Dave, I got to turn you on. Hold on one second. Hit your button. Okay.
So I want to make a motion to adopt the resolution.
Yeah.
Adopt the resolution to approve.
To approve with a waiver.
With a waiver.
All right, so we have a motion and a second by Mr. Impastato. Do we need to vote?
Yes.
Yep. All right, so this is for the waiver.
This is for
The adoption and the waiver, yeah.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Yeah, just to remind everybody, the first case for Mr. Cox and Always in His Presence LLC was withdrawn. So this is the only appeal we're hearing. Thank you, sir. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, going back to the agenda in regular order. We are on resolutions under consent calendar, and we're pulling number 3. This is a resolution, Council Series number C-6996, resolution to concur, not concur with the City of Slidell annexation and rezoning of a vacant 33.147 acre parcel located at 2216 Gauze Boulevard from Parish A2 Suburban to City of Slidell A8 single-family residential property. It is located between North Shore Boulevard and Thompson Road, Slidell, Louisiana, situated in Section 38, Township 7 South, Range 14 East, Ward 8, District 11. So the City of Slidell has not, has tabled this for now, so I just ask for someone to make a motion to remove, and they will place it back on the agenda when it's time to do so. All right, Mr. Burke and Mr. Strickland. Oh, Ms. Casabon, you had your light? Thank you. All right, please vote your machines.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Yeah. Next item pulled is resolution number 8, Council Series number 7001, resolution to request the parish president to provide a proposed budget amendment with the 2025 budget to reflect the changes that will be made if the Sales Tax District 3 rate dedication and extension is approved by the voters. Mr. Corbin?
In looking forward to the March 25th timeframe, where we're currently targeting a vote to rededicate and also to extend sales tax, this specific request is to ask for the administration, Ms. Leslie Long, to provide us with a budget that shows us what their estimates are will happen once that takes place in that time frame, assuming that it passes. Because the budget that we're going to be faced with through the rest of the year has to be based on the current assumptions and premises available, and that tax fund is not available to us. So we think it's important for the council to have visibility into both sides of the equation, be able to see what's going to happen at the end, starting January 1st, based on the current set of assumptions, but also have projections of, assuming it passes, what will it look like. So it's giving us some scenarios as we start to evaluate how to go address the mandated costs. And so moved.
All right. Second. And a second by Mr. Impastato. Please vote your machines.
The motion is unanimous with 1 absent.
This is, excuse me, this is a consent calendar.
Yeah.
But we pulled it, so we have to vote on this separately.
Thank you. I'm trying to keep up.
Y'all, it's getting late. Next item pulled is number 9, Resolution Council Series number C-7002, resolution to request the parish president provide a list of proposed capital projects to be funded with bonds if the Sales Tax District number 3 rededication extension is approved by the voters. Mr. Corbin.
Yes, item C-7002 is also put in as a resolution. The first resolution that I spoke about a moment ago addressed the rededication component. Once 17% is rededicated, then the second part of this motion addresses if the extension, and if the extension is proved, that if the tax initiative is approved, there will be bond capacity created as associated with that will help offset the 17% that's taken out of the drainage, of the sales tax. And this particular resolution is asking for the parish president, in concert with obviously the council, to come up with a list of what projects would be funded with that newly available bond capacity when that tax gets extended out for 25 more years.
All right, Mr. Impastato?
Second.
All right, Mr. Corbin, are you making a motion?
Yes, I did.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Thank you. Okay. Item number 10, resolution number C7003. Resolution to request the parish president, district attorney, sheriff, district court judges in concert with the parish council to negotiate in good faith an agreement in regards to the state mandated funding to include resolution of current and avoidance of future litigation. All right, we have 2 cards, and then we're going to go to the, we'll bring it to the council. Mr. Franzo. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Oh, wait, 1 second, sir. We're making an amendment, just so you know exactly what you're talking about. Just give us 2 seconds, we'll be on. Mr. Burke? Mr. Burke? Okay, guys, quit pressing the buttons. All right, Mr. Burke.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to amend. In the first paragraph, I'd like to strike through appoint Daigle Feist PLS and replace it with engage. And then the 10th paragraph, I'd like to strike through, which would put an end to further litigation.
Okay.
I second.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Please vote for the amendment.
Mr. Smith, what was your vote?
I'd like to hear the amendment again.
Mr. Burke, would you please?
Read the amendment, please.
Yeah.
Okay, on the first paragraph, we're going to strike appoint Daigle Feist PLS as, and then replace that with engage. And then the 10th paragraph, we're going to strike through, which put an end to further litigation.
Does he need the oral vote? You're gonna, Rick, you're gonna have to vote verbally. Yes. Okay, thank you.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Mr. Franzo, thank you for your patience, please.
Okay, what am I talking about? On behalf of CCST, I would like to say we support this.
In general.
We've been we've had very difficult discussions on this matter in our boardroom. And we have a lot of concerns when tax dollars are being wasted, and we think they're being wasted. And we should not having agencies fighting agencies, and it has to stop. And I look at the council now, and I'll look back years back, and it was a difficult road to have discussions. But what I have seen since we've had some changes, and we have some good people that from the old council back here, that we have an understanding, we have an ability to sit and talk and discuss and come up with solutions and ideas, and whether you agree with me or not, the fact that we can have that dialogue is important. And I think you as an agency and you as President Cooper need to sit with these agencies and sit with these people and come to resolution and stop with the legal costs, stop with spending tax dollars, because that money could be used to fund the judicial system. When we lose the judicial system, you lose everything else in this parish. And that has to stop. Let's get on a table, we sit in front of each other, and let's come to a resolution, because this is not a resolution. All you're doing is creating more wedges between agencies. Get on a table, work it out, and let's come to a solution, and stop wasting tax dollars. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Franzo. Mr. General Ernst.
Like I have to spend the rest of my life, short though it may be, following Rick Franzo. I was here last council meeting, and I witnessed the exchange, which I thought was kind of amazing. When the DA got up and spoke, and then there was a dialogue from the parish president, and that went on for a little bit. And it struck me that how can we be here where, but if this thing continues, we will have spent $1 million or so if it continues, at least, okay? And that's somewhat ironic tonight, because we're looking for money tonight that we don't currently have, right? So that $1 million may have been useful in the discussion we had earlier tonight. So the number one requirement of government is protect the people. Well, at the top of that heap in this parish, you've got, you got the sheriff, you got the DA, you've got the judges in the court system, the coroners are part of that. And so it seems to me if we did it in prioritization, when we start looking for money, they would be at the top of the heap. I mean, my little simple brain, okay? So I'd like Rick, I would say, I would certainly hope that you and the council would approve this resolution. It would be nice if it was unanimous, because it would send a powerful message. So please do that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no more cards, I'll close it to the public and bring it back to the council. We have Mr. Burke. I had your light on probably from the beginning. Did you need?
Yeah. just
Okay.
making a motion.
All right, Mr. Kugel, then Mr. Corbin, and then Mr. Impastato. Oh, you're not on? I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. Okay, Mr. Impastato, you can go first, and then Mr. Kugel, then Mr. Corbin.
I just wanted to say this council certainly understands the importance of public safety in St. Tammany Parish. It's the reason why many, if not all of us, are here. The goal of this resolution, what we would want is everybody to come together, including the council, work these issues out, and move forward as successful, and continue to be a successful government, a successful and safe parish. So with that, I'd like to make a motion. I know there's some other people that want to speak, but get a motion second on the floor and then speak it through. Second.
Yep. All right, so we have a motion and a second, and Mr. Burke, and then Mr. Kugel, and then Mr. Corbin.
Thank you. We've spoken about this before. Just, I think my impression in talking with folks in this parish is there is just a lack of confidence in how we spend money. And that's, I think we need to, I don't think it helps when we're in litigation all the time. It's not just the time, it's the money for both. And I hear this from folks all the time. We're just wasting time in lawsuits. And honestly, there are probably some that want us to remain in a constant state of lawsuits with everything in litigation, just maybe because they didn't like recent election results. But that's just not responsible. And I mean, I understand the position of the administration in terms of, wanting to understand exactly what our obligations are. However, I just don't, I mean, this can go on with appeals and it can just go on forever. And I think I think what the people expect us to do is just resolve this. And that's what I support.
Thank you. Mr. Corbin, and then Mr. Bender.
Yeah, I would like to take a moment. I don't know if any of my other council representatives have received a recent sudden flash of emails regarding this particular item. But the perception that exists in the emails that I've read argues that this was arguing to continue our lawsuits because this is a reduction in cost, and therefore it's a savings to the to us as an entity by having this number. I want to make sure. I guess I want to mention to the public that I don't view it as a savings. The judiciary decision has been made, and the number that was reached was and the decision by the court was $880,000. I'm not certain that any of us believes that our judiciary can function effectively with a budget of $880,000. So to suggest that there's a savings from what's been provided in previous years that $880,000, yeah, you can do the math and you can say that's a reduction, but at what cost? Because at that reduction, there'll be a commensurate reduction in some kind of services that's going to impact the judiciary system that's in existence within our parish. Similarly, received several emails about similar comments about savings to the DA, savings to the sheriff's office, relative to the jail. We all have to decide if those are truly savings. I would suggest that they're not savings, that those numbers would be very valuable if we're in a position where we're trying to carve up our last dollar and to see who's going to get it. But at this point in time, it's important for us to recognize that with that number, even with those numbers, I don't know that who would believe that those numbers may or may not fully support each of those functional entities. And I would suggest that dialogue amongst the right group of people to discuss what it takes to go fund those organizations so that we offer St. Tammany Parish a judicial system that provides the level of safety and support that they're used to is what's really important.
Mr. Bender?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say that I think that we need to pass this. I would like to see it passed unanimously if possible. I mean, it's time. The time is now for us to, at the end of this meeting, start focusing on March as an entire entity, from parish president, parish council, district attorney's office, the judges, the sheriff, the jail. That is the most important thing facing us, not whether or not we win in court, because that solves nothing. All it is W-I-N, win. Means nothing. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Casavon?
Yes, I just concur with what Mr. Corbin and Mr. Bender has said, that it's a point in time, I think the public is expecting more from us. We feel like we've been mediators in this, that we're hoping that we can get together, the sheriff, DAs, everybody, and come up with a solution. And not until we start working together as a public entity are the people going to start trusting us again. And this is what we need to focus on, no matter what happens in March, but it's the fact that we are one parish, one group of people serving the people of St. Tammany.
Councilwoman Tanner?
Thank you. You know, people live in this parish and move to this parish for a lot of reasons. One of the main reasons is public safety. You can walk out of your house, get in your car, and you're not worried about being attacked, your car stolen, whatever. And that's because of our judicial system. They're arrested by the sheriff, they're prosecuted by the DA, and they're in the courts. If we do not have that working for us, then we're losing a lot of value in this parish. And I do wholeheartedly support this resolution.
Thank you. I would just like to say, and I'll tell President Cooper, did you want to say something before I just wanted to say one thing. So I was fortunate. I'm one of the people who moved here, and I moved here in 2016, and I moved here because I needed a place to raise my twin girls, and I needed a place that was safe. Safety was the paramount thing. I'm originally from uptown New Orleans. I drove an ambulance in the city of New Orleans for a bunch of years, so I've seen a bunch of stuff. I don't want to see any of that stuff over here. This is the paramount reason why people are moving here. I work day in and day out as a real estate agent. People are coming here because they want to be safe, and I think safety is the most important thing we have. And I can't stretch that. President Cooper?
Thank you. This is something that I have been working to restore the funding for our public safety agencies, our criminal justice system, since I took office in January 2020. I think if we're reminding people why we're here, we need to remind everyone that for the past 4.5 years, we have been looking for ways to restore the funding that was lost in 2018. There were 2 times in the past term with 4 or 5 of these members here on the parish council and myself and my administration. One time we sought to restore a 0.4 cent sales tax to restore that revenue that was lost in 2018 to fund our agencies. I wish we would have had the level of cooperation then that we have tonight, that's being shown here tonight. Had we wouldn't be sitting here talking about this tonight. But we didn't. I sought to get cooperation, support from every parish council member, and we had quite a bit of support from council members, some verbal, some not. We didn't have support from every other parish-wide elected official, which at the time we needed. I led the charge. I led the charge to restore that revenue I don't think I got support from CCST. In fact, I didn't. I know we met and we had support from VGR, RPEC, St. Tammany Chamber, North Shore Business Council, other business groups, homeowner groups. I wish we'd have had this level of support. You've got my support for restoring this funding. And I will work to continue to do that with our parish-wide elected officials, our judges, our parish council members. I don't know why there was any doubt that I would do that. Yes, we signed a contract based on a resolution from the first term to determine what our mandates are at a time when we didn't know what our revenue would be. But I agree. Well, actually, I suggested to the council earlier this year that we rededicate the funding that we have now so that we can fund our state mandates, our criminal justice system, our 22nd JDC judges, our 22nd JDC DA, support our justice system, and all of the other obligations that we have that we don't have a mandate, that we don't have funding from the state. No parish has funding for the state for these obligations. But I will lead the charge again to restore this funding with a proposition that does not raise taxes for our citizens, because that's what they've been asking for all along. We talked about it a bit first term. Nobody wanted to go forward with that. This is what we want to do. I think we have to have one message that goes out. I'm hearing different messages about everything from millage renewals, roll-ups, roll-downs. There's a lot of misinformation out there, and that's the worst. That's the worst that's going to happen. That could sink this proposition if the council does put it on the ballot for March 29th. Saturday, March 29th is the date. And before this meeting tonight, in the weeks prior, I've met with the district attorney, I've met with the judges. We do want to move forward where the public sees us as one team. And I will continue to fight to do that. We've discussed this behind doors, but I appreciate you all showing your level of support tonight in cooperation for this proposition and for what we're doing to move this forward. And I'm not going to do anything to jeopardize the passage of a rededication and a renewal of our 2-cent sales tax that we can continue to provide for our infrastructure, roads, bridges, drainage, public works, and using the same 2-cent sales tax to fund our other obligations. And they're not really obligations, they're a part of St. Tammany Parish. It's a part of our quality of life that we have here in St. Tammany. And we need that. And I will continue to work to get a resolve to that so that when you're ready to put this measure on the ballot, which I think you need to start taking steps in October and November, that we'll all be on the same page. And I thank you for giving me the opportunity to share that with you.
Yes, sir. Mr. Impastato, you have your light on?
I just wanted to say thank you, Mr. President, for those words, and I look forward to working with the council, yourself, our district attorney, judges, and sheriff to resolve these matters together.
All right, so I believe we do have a motion and a second, correct? All right, if ever, no more lights, let's vote.
Mr. Kugel, what was your vote?
Yes.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Mr. Phillips.
Okay, I've heard the president say he's going to support it. Gentleman in the back, I hope I could hear from all of you. We're on board. Everybody's going to support this. I mean, if it's a kumbaya moment, let's have it. You know.
All right.
We need to hear who's supporting and who's not supporting this tax.
You want to do personal privilege, Mr. Phillips? You want to do personal privilege? Let the district attorney come up and the judges?
Yeah, if they want to.
Gentlemen, come on down.
Do we know what's on the ballot yet? What's that?
Get your lighters out.
I won't get in trouble. Look, as a general matter, I think the things being stated today collectively are probably the best step forward we've had in some time. I think I've had several positive discussions today and yesterday, both with the administration, council, continuously. I feel more encouraged today as I sit here that we will be on a collective track forward than I did yesterday, to be honest. What does that mean?
TBD.
Well, not necessarily. Look, bottom line is this has to pass. And we have to educate the parish effectively. The DA's office, and unless someone else wants to come up here, I'll take a couple of other liberties. We want some assurances that of certain things discussed to ensure that the money spent will go toward ensuring that the DA's office and the judiciary can effectively pay its bills and manage the book of business, which is increasing like everything else in this parish due to our growth. Because again, like you guys have pointed out, people want to live here for a reason, which means we need to keep up with that and make sure that the public safety standards live up to what's expected by the citizens of this parish. We can't do that with magic funding. And so we have to have appropriate funding. I think for the DA's office, I know that I want it guaranteed. I know that the judges probably need to do that as well, because if you can appreciate running an organization, we come hat in hand every year with an unknown. Anyone who's run a business or an amount of, or anything, if you're trying to effectively recruit people to work for you, pay your bills and plan in the future with hat in hand, maybe you'll have it, maybe you won't. Maybe if we find it sitting in some account somewhere, maybe you'll have it. But the fact is, these aren't reoccurring monies, and they are monies in different locations maybe, but they are one-time monies, and you guys are running out, which means so are we. And so we have to effectively market this. We will be more than happy to market and express the need that our agencies need for this funding. But again, we need to move past, and what does the resolution read?
It hasn't been finalized yet.
No, the resolution that's on the table right now that you guys are voting on.
7003.
Right.
Yeah.
Put it up for a second.
Oh, wait, Martha, turn your light on so you can be amplified.
Okay.
So
the resolution to request the parish president, the district attorney, the sheriff, and the district court judges in concert with the parish council to negotiate in good faith an agreement in regards to the state mandated funding to include resolution of the current and avoid any future litigation, which is some of that we amended, the terms.
As most of you guys know, I'm about as transparent as I can be. I've already mentioned to every one of you. Before I was the DA, there was a countersuit in response to a suit filed against this agency. I agree to forego any and all monies that this agency has countersued for. In exchange, I want a guaranteed set amount of money coming to this agency that we can depend on for public safety. And I don't want to be sued anymore. And I don't want to pay for being sued anymore. So the lawsuit goes away. We get a guarantee of an amount of money that we agree on, a percentage of this rededication. You will have this agency's full support because I will be able to look at the taxpayers in the face and say, I guarantee this money goes where you intend it to go, not up to, not maybe, or any other amount, that it is a fixed amount of money. That way I can ensure that what I say is within my control, and I can publicly and confidently state that that's where the money's going. And I can guarantee you guys I will stand before you every year, be transparent as to where every penny has gone, and be accountable and explain exactly where I'm spending it and why. And if you guys disagree, I will listen and change course, because we all have to spend our taxpayers' money effectively and responsibly. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I think I've met most of you. I'm Chief Judge William Burris. I'm y'all's Chief Judge for the 22nd JDC. My other judges in the audience said to play nice. I tend to be the bull in the china shop, so I will come up and say thank y'all for the resolution. I know you all mean it well. To ask us if we're going to support, the obvious answer is yes. If we don't, we'll be defunded, and your entire parish, our entire parish, will suffer beyond what you can even imagine. That being said, we're being asked to support a resolution that, one, as far as I know of, has not actually been drafted. So you're asking us to support it in the blind, which, again, generally speaking, yeah, we're going to help you support it to the extent that judges are allowed to do so. That being said, it's really hard to offer support to folks that are suing you to try to defund you at the same time. So that's what I mean by, I appreciate y'all's passing of this resolution and saying you want to end the litigation, because it's real hard to sit down and have these discussions when you're being told we're cutting you 50 to 70%. You're going to have to fire all your staff or whatever else we have to do. We hadn't even figured any of that out yet. So we do want to engage in good faith discussions. This is the way this ought to go. We ought to sit down every year and come in and look at what a reasonable budget will be, but we don't want to be sued every year. We don't want to be fighting what the bare bones minimum is. If we each just have a court reporter but no staff and no admin, no anything, yeah, if you want a judge to tell you all you need is a court reporter, which is what they've done, that'll work. But you're going to get what you pay for. So, we want to sit down, we want to help, but we would also like assurances. We'd like to be at the table, which we have been to some extent, on what that resolution may look like, to make sure that there are specific percentages guaranteed to the various entities that make up those public safety agencies, so that if we're going to put our necks out along with all the other agencies, that we won't have to come back next year and have this same exact fight, except for instead of just the general fund, now we're looking at general fund funds plus this 17% rededicated funds and all these other concerns we have. So we are very much in support. I don't mean this to be negative, but we'd like a little bit more as far as assurances and participation in the drafting and these proposals. So I thank you all very much for unanimously passing that, and look very much forward to working with all of you in the administration and in the council to move this matter forward. Thank you all.
Judge, just for your information, I was at the start of court last year. Judge Oppenheim invited me up there.
Good.
And I remember what you said when you showed you have the three branches of government and how much funding you guys were getting. This one's getting this much, this one's getting this much, and we're getting this much. So
it's funny you say that. The opening
Yeah.
of court, it rotates between the two parishes. It's tomorrow in Franklinton, which if y'all have the day off, please come. We'd love to see y'all. It's for the whole judicial district. But yeah, 1/3 of the government, statewide, less than 1% of the budget. That's on the state level. On the parish side, and don't get me wrong, I'm not knocking any of the other entities. Our budget requests are less than the dog pound. So, you're getting 1/3 of your government for the same amount or less than
you pound. So we're pretty efficient. We're 1/6 of the budget of New Orleans and 85 or 82% of the size of it. So we are running lean, we're running efficient, we're doing our jobs. We just love to be able to continue to do our jobs for y'all and work for y'all. Thank y'all.
Judge Burris, if you wouldn't mind.
Sure.
First of all, Mr. Phillips, are you finished?
Just, you know, we still have the CSST to talk. I'd like to hear, you know, we got the home builders, everybody, you know, everybody got to be on board with this. No, this is the moment to do it.
No, you're right.
Okay? And people don't like me bringing it up. I really don't give a care. You know?
All right, let's go.
You know, we got to get it going. This is our last chance to get the money, and that's going to be it. Thank you, Judge.
So thank you, and thank you, Councilman Phillips, for starting this off. Judge, I would invite y'all, your finance person, and District Attorney, I would like your finance person to meet with my leadership team. I think we're out of town next week, but the week after, and then I think we need to meet every 2 weeks. All right?
Anytime.
All right, so I'll get with Mary, and she'll arrange those meetings.
I think we already have one Monday at 1:30, maybe?
Yeah, I think we do, and then we'll keep going afterwards. All right? All right.
I'm done.
You're done? Okay. President Cooper.
Please include the administration too, because the resolution says in concert with the parish president and the council. 100%. Correct?
100%, sir.
Thank you. So please include the administration in your meetings.
We will take care of that, and you can be there yourself or your designee, sir. All right, here are my lights. I got Councilman Smith, Casabon, and then Corbin.
Is this for me or do I?
No, sir, I believe you can sit down unless.
Okay.
Of course, if I misspeak, any of you all are welcome to come rebut what I have to say. Number one, I'm just going to read part of an email that I communicated to a few of my colleagues. This isn't about winning or not wanting to fund budget requests. It's certainly not about wanting to waste taxpayers' money on litigation. This is about the reality that St. Tammany Parish government doesn't have the previous reoccurring millage revenue, whatever that justice millage was called, but it amounted to a little bit more than $24 million a year. That was used to satisfy the budget requests from the government entities, the judges, the DA, the jail, etc. And that was used for decades in the past. St. Tammany Parish government doesn't come close to having the money needed to fund the budget request if not allowed to use some of the dedicated sales tax revenue from District 3. This should never, ever be a personal thing. If this dedication passes, and I get it, to get on board, everybody to get on the same team to help educate and help promote, we need to give you guys some guarantees. We need to tell you, yes, for your criminal budget, you need that $6 million. You and I discussed it along with a few others in your office. But you also agreed that, hey, Rick, if the dedication were to fail, that guarantee that you all gave us would be null and void. Because you understand we don't have the money now, right? So it kind of goes two ways. We got to pray and we got to work real hard and we got to try and work as a team, all of us, St. Tammany government, and educate the taxpayers. Hey man, you live in a great community, it's safe. You want to keep it that way? We're not asking you to spend a nickel more on your taxes. We're just asking you to let us expand the uses of some sales tax revenue so that we can best afford to meet the requested budgets from our safety net, our judges, our DA, our sheriff. But if it does fail, we as a government can't turn to the DA or anybody and say, yeah, look, we're going to agree to pay you guys this. We guarantee you're going to get X amount of dollars. because if it fails, it's not feasible. So I think that, Colin, correct me if I'm wrong, when we were sitting in your office, you said, Rick, I get it. If it doesn't pass, those guaranteed dollars that you said you would be able to give us, I get it. We'd have to scrap that and start from scratch. Is that correct? Did I understand that correctly?
Close.
Close?
So there is no guaranteed monies that are coming to us now.
Right.
Every year we submit a budget. Every budget we've submitted since I've worked for Mr. Montgomery and to present, I think our last budget submission was not funded to the tune of $2.8 million. So there's no budget request that's ever been made since I've worked here that's actually been funded. So I understand we're not guaranteed anything, which is part of the problem that the DA's office finds itself in, and the judges, because on the enforcement side, we're the only agency not funded, right? Sheriff's Office, law enforcement, $87 million a year coming in for enforcement. Building districts, Slidell, Covington, Mandeville, all fully funded. Their action causes us to react. It causes the district attorney's office to then charge a case and review it and charge it. Then we charge it. It then trickles over to the judges to then cause them to do work out of our control. So no, we're not guaranteed anything other than coming up with an answer to other agencies that are fully funded that are going to send us business. If you guys don't have the money to pay us, then we can't respond to the arrests, and law enforcement's arrests are meaningless without our ability to both prosecute the case and these judges' ability to adjudicate the offenders and moving them out of the jail as fast as possible, so then you, as both, again, the parish administration, don't unnecessarily pay for them to stay on the parish's dole any longer than possible. So if you underfund us here and we can't do our job of funds that I agree are not guaranteed, then you actually cost yourself more money by housing them longer, a series of speedy trial motions, and the entire system of justice that is required to keep us safe implodes. So what will need to happen is not just cutting us across the board if this were to fail by just general percentages, but I hope and encourage all of you to prioritize all of the expenses if we are in the situation where this doesn't pass, to state what is absolutely necessary to keep us safe versus things that we can get by with. But if we do this nonsensical cut across the board, this parish will implode if this doesn't pass. But do I agree that we're not guaranteed any money? 100%. The only way that I think we are guaranteed money is if this does pass and you guys change the verbiage and it states that we shall receive a percentage of the funds. And I think the taxpayers will be encouraged by that, to know that their funds are going where they intended by their vote, and we can guarantee and then begin to rely upon a set of money to achieve all of those goals that I've articulated. But I do sit here and understand that I'm guaranteed nothing, because every year we come here asking for money and we don't get what we're asking for.
Right. And if it doesn't, if the rededication does not pass, you're absolutely right. We need to prioritize how the dollars, the limited dollars that we will have, need to be spent. And you made a great point when you expressed that the longer we keep them in jail, the more it's costing us. I get it, okay? And I didn't get it until you explained that to us a couple of weeks back. But I appreciate it. I'm looking forward to this thing passing. I think if we can get our DA, our judges, to the best of their ability to promote, I know they're limited. Randy Smith, parish president, parish council, if we can get on board together and really stress how critical this is, and stress that this is not a tax increase. This is just allowing us to put our hands on some dedicated funds to better serve our parish. That's what we need to be selling. I look forward for May, March, the spring. I'm ready for this thing to get here, and I want to see it win. And all these concerns that we've had will kind of be a moot point. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. It's going to be Casabon, Kugel, Burke. I'm sorry, Casabon, Corbin, Burke, Kugel.
All right. Colin, you and I had talked a long time ago about presenting things to, it's the school teacher in me that has the desire to educate people on the process. And I think you and I talked about that with the first election and stuff, and how I asked you to use this platform, this council meeting that reaches a lot of people in the parish. And I'm asking the judge, you did a great job tonight, just expressing your needs. And I think that this is a forum, whether we do it as a public meeting later on, that all hands on deck, and people understand when you're telling them this, they're just not aware of what your needs are and how the court works and how the DA works. And I mean, they know a little bit, but they do not understand. So I'm just requesting that later on down the road, when we do get everything in place, that we do have, or y'all be prepared to do some forums like this to be able to answer questions, community meetings here, whatever, that is televised, and then people can pull it up and we can easily say, hey, look at that meeting and this is what we're doing. And with y'all, that would be an easy way for y'all to support us and stuff. So, but thank y'all.
Mr. Corbin, and then Burke and Kugel.
All right, I won't take too much time. I just want to draw attention to a few words that were included in the resolution. Collaboratively negotiate, in good faith, amongst all the people listed, in concert with the parish council. I point those out for a couple of reasons. I think it's important that when we do sit down and get in good conversations, that we don't come in with preconceived prescriptions for how various components of this have to be addressed. As an example, guarantees can be provided from a variety of ways. So I'm not thinking it's useful for anybody to come into a conversation with an already decision about how things ought to be set up, how this ought to be organized. It's going to take the collaboration of a bunch of smart minds, and we have those. We have representatives of important entities. President Cooper demonstrated and communicated his commitment to a process that we have to get to. And I just want to make sure that we do not come in with a prescription and try to sell it, as opposed to collaboratively thinking about how do we ensure, how do we assure these mandated, these entities are going to get the funding they need to operate without coming up with a predefined approach for how it has to happen. I understand the need for assurance. There are a variety of ways to provide assurance. And I think it's important that we get together with a relatively blank sheet of paper and say, how are we going to go address it for these key entities, and do that in a collaborative and a collective environment. That's all I want to say.
Thank you. Mr. Kugel, I'm sorry, Mr. Burke, then Mr. Kugel.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you guys for coming tonight. And the purpose of this resolution was to get these conversations started, to get us to the table, and to come to some agreements. But I would like to just, at this point in time, Mr. Franzo, did you want to come up and speak? I think you wanted to come up and speak. Yeah.
I just want to say to President Cooper and to the council, when you guys come up with your plan and how you want to do it, you have our commitment that we're going to do everything to help you pass this. And I know our reach, and we have a powerful media base, and I know we can help pass this. I know we can pass it. And I'll tell Rick, we are going to pass this. We're not going to let this fail. But I ask you to start working together and bring the DA. Everybody should work together and come up with a good plan of how we can present it to the public. And CCST will be your best cheerleader. I promise you that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Franzo.
Mr. Kugel, finish us off.
Colin, I think your idea about the language is a great idea. Going back to the whole people have to have trust in how their money's spent, and I mean, spelling it out clearly, I think will help that, because some of the feedback I've gotten is just like, you know, how are you going to spend this? And shouldn't this be for drainage? Those types of things. I did have one thing real quick to bring up that I think that I'd like to just get clarification on. I don't know if it's from you or Judge Burris. My understanding is court administrative costs between the 22nd JDC is Washington, St. Tammany, that St. Tammany residents pay for all of those. Is that the case? And Judge, whichever feels comfortable speaking on that.
Sorry, I was half engaged in the conversation. Is it that St. Tammany Parish pays all of the administrative costs for the entire 22nd despite Washington Parish existing?
Well, and not just that, but Washington Parish does have a significant contribution to your caseload.
Yeah, so the judge found in the litigation that the funding provided by Washington Parish satisfies its level of caseload. It's dependent on the year, of course. Those things change between 15 and 22%. And they pay a requisite, they pay for 2 judges, complete staff out of the 10 general jurisdiction judges. So yes, they do. Now, as far as it relates to the administrative staff, they don't pay anything directly towards the administrative staff because frankly, in Washington Parish, we don't need administrative staff. My secretary is the jury coordinator. She double does everything because Washington Parish is so significantly smaller. We just don't need it. Amber Mitchell, our judicial administrator, and her staff, other than appearing for the functions like tomorrow, the court opening ceremony, don't go to Washington Parish. We don't need to go to Washington Parish. It's me and one other judge and our staffs that Washington Parish pays for. We handle the interpreters. We handle I won't bore y'all, it's late. We handle everything. So no, and it's, y'all do pay for all the court administration, but that is, as the judge found, it was all within the percentages that he thought was reasonable and necessary. So,
And I don't want to, offhand, total, what is the court administration a year? What do you think?
Oh, I have no clue.
Okay.
I don't want to lie to you. I don't know.
Well,
I mean, it's 7 or 8 positions. There's an accountant, a bookkeeper, court admin, deputy court admin, a secretary, a jury coordinator who's part-time. Am I missing anybody? Maybe one other that I'm forgetting. Okay. So it's not like a huge extravagant staff. It's either 7 or 8, and one of them's part-time, 10 hours a week.
Okay, thank you. Sure.
Anything else?
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I mentioned the apportionment of our staff that does work in both places. If you guys recall, when we first started negotiating this out, I sent you guys a document of all the district attorney's office staff. Of the staff that does work in both locations, I agreed to apportion that. It was a change. It was 85 something. I agreed to make it 80-20. So I'd actually conceded paying less funds out of St. Tammany and more out of Washington Parish for the staff that were doing work in both jurisdictions. For the staff that did work only in St. Tammany, then St. Tammany Parish dollars only paid for those employees. For the staff that only did work in Washington Parish, only Washington Parish dollars pay for those employees. So St. Tammany is not paying for Washington Parish staff and not vice versa. But the staff that does work in both places, their salaries are apportioned based upon, and I used a static amount, which was there's 10 general jurisdictions, 10 general courts of general jurisdiction. And so there's 2 in Washington Parish and 8 in St. Tammany. So I used 80-20 to reflect the percentage of where they sit. I hope that made sense, as opposed to population, which fluctuates, and so does caseload fluctuates. That seemed to be a pretty static way to do that. But I sent that for every employee. I sent that to you guys so you could look at that.
Thank you. Mr. Corbin, take us home.
I would just recommend that we're at a level of conversation that should be occurring in the meetings that we need to have collectively. And at this point, I would very much encourage us to end our discussion of the consent calendar and move on.
This is the longest personal privilege I've seen. All right, moving on.
You're welcome, Mark.
Yep, yes, sir. Thank you. With that being said, I am turning the gavel over to Mr. Impastato.
Are you changing his? You don't. I can do the machine.
I'm just going to do it.
This is weird.
Stretch ahead. Not really. We got executive session and a bunch of things. We ready?
No.
Well, hurry up. Just kidding. Miss Katrina.
We need to, after we do this, we need to take that other thing off the table, the appointment off the table.
Okay, just tell me when. Oh, grab my pen.
So we're gonna vote for this and then immediately the resolution. So we gotta wait till Pat gets back for the resolution.
Oh, yeah.
Say when.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay, ordinance is for adoption. Ordinance calendar number 7649AA. Ordinance to amend the St. Tammany Parish Code of Ordinances Part 1, Code of Ordinances Chapter 30, Parks, Recreation, Scenic Neighborhoods, Article 6, Recreation District Number 5, Section 30-148, boundaries to change the boundaries of Recreation District Number 5, and Section 30-149, boards of commissioners, and to amend Article 17, Recreation District Number 16, Section 30-445, created boundaries to change the boundaries of Recreation District Number 16. Mr. Kugel. Motion, Mr. Kugel, second by Mr. Strickland. Any discussion? Please vote. Now we do the other part?
No, I'm going to take it off the table.
You might want to make a motion to take off
Hold on one.
resolution.
Hold on.
We gotta wait till the vote.
Yes.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
You got me, Emily? Okay. Can I have Mr. Kugel, do you have a motion?
Yeah, I want to pull up the resolution.
Could you press your,
Microphone, please.
all right.
It's just, it's not, there's no numbers, appointments,
Oh, okay.
resolution to appoint 3 members.
I want to recall.
Pull off the
I
table.
want to pull off the table the resolution to appoint 3 members to fill vacancies on the Board of Commissions for Rec District 5.
Let's vote on that in a second and vote.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a second by Mr. Strickland. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
I just need a motion to appoint those 3 members, then we'll do the,
Wait, we don't-
Are the 3 already
nobody
named
ever
though, or we have to
nominated.
name them now?
Pat
I don't know
Burke
that
has
they're-
2
Are they
of
in the
them.
resolution? Okay, well, we have to wait a
I
second.
mean, I have the names, but
Okay, here's.
they haven't been formally nominated.
sorry.
We're going to nominate now. Nominate and appoint, Rec 5. So I'm going to make a motion to,
Yeah, we do it all together.
okay.
Mr. Burke is going to go ahead. You want to go ahead and make motions to who you're going to put on Rec 5? We're back at that resolution.
So I'd like to make a motion to nominate Jerry Leonard and Preston Walls. And who was yours? And Avial Johnson.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. We have a second by Mr. Strickland. Any discussion? Please vote. Now we will, after the vote, we will do our,
No, it's not parish-wide.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Emily, would you like to spin the wheel?
We have terms, so we can do 1-year terms, 2-year.
Need the expert to do it, I'll take care of it.
Or staggering. One's a 2-year term,
The first person is a 2-year term,
That's Preston Wells.
and then the other 2 are 1-year terms, because the only thing.
and the other 2 are 1-year terms.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move.
Let the public know state law requires this to be staggered, so that's what.
Yeah, state law requires us to be staggered. That's why Ms. Emily selected the different terms from the bingo wheel. Okay, do we need another action on that, or are we done?
We're on number 2.
Okay, number 2 is ordinance calendar number 7651, ordinance to extend for a 6-month moratorium the receipt of submissions by the Parish Planning and Zoning Commission for the re-subdivision or rezoning of certain property and/or the issuance of certain permits by the Parish Department of Planning and Development, permits for the construction or placement of certain building structures on property in the area bounded by South Military Road, Gauze Boulevard, East Amber Street, Lake Village, Crossgates Boulevard, Highway 1090, East Porters River Road, Porters River Road, West Pearl River, to Bloom Branch, Yorktown Drive, Starling Drive, Eagle Drive, and Old River Road, Ward 8, District 9. Mr. Kugel.
No.
We have a second by Mr. Burke. Any discussion? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Ordinance calendar number 7652, ordinance to revoke an unopened portion of G Street located south of 9th Avenue, west of Landry Kate Lane between Square 97 and Square 98 in the Alexisville subdivision as delineated on map number 171B, Ward 3, District 2. Mr. Rowling. Motion, Mr. Rowling, second by Ms. Casabon. Any discussion? Please vote. That's what I said.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 4 is ordinance calendar number 7653, ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana to classify a certain parcel located on the west side of Interstate 59 and on the south side of Honey Island Swamp Road, Pearl River, in which property comprises a total of 29.4559 acres of land, more or less, to an HC Highway Commercial District, Ward 6, District 9. Mr. Kugel?
I believe this is a unzoned parcel. I think it's about 27 acres, something like that. I think exit 11.
29.4559.
Right near exit 11, and it's just going to be changed. It's unzoned, being changed to HC2, Highway Commercial 2.
Okay, motion by Mr. Kugel, second by Mr. Burke. Any discussion? Please vote.
Everybody, you didn't vote, Joe?
Emily votes for me.
No, you vote for you.
Well, you know what I meant.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Okay, number 5, ordinance calendar number 7654, ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana to reclassify a certain parcel located on the east side of Louisiana Highway 434 and the west side of Berry Todd Road, being 61864 Louisiana Highway 434. Ross, please come out. Lacombe, and which property comprises a total of 1.11 acres of land, more or less, from its present A4 single-family residential district to an HC Highway Commercial District, Ward 7, District 7. I just had a question for him. I don't want to hold the meeting up any longer.
Can I address your question?
About the access on the road? Right? I mean, it kind of is, but I'm sorry. We have to amend it, but I had a... I know. It just feels like it's taking forever because I know everybody's so mad at me. Mr. Liner, I'm going to ask you the question while you're walking so you can answer it when you get there.
Ready.
The issue, I know we changed that parcel. I wanted to make clear the access from Berry Todd to that property will not be allowed because of this?
Well, whatever access they have now would currently stay. It's the zoning classification that will not change.
But would this help prohibit them to access the property? Is there anything else we can do for that?
That's a parish road.
Yes.
So we would make a determination on how they would access it. I'm not really familiar with that particular piece of property and how the access is currently. I'm strictly looking at zoning.
Okay. No, I don't want to postpone it. I think we can work it out with the owner. Okay, so I need a motion, a second to vote to amend. So we changed it, so we need a motion and a second to vote to amend. I have a motion, Mr. Corbin, second by Mr. Bender.
What you're amending, because you only have that, everybody.
Where is that part, where it says?
Acreage to be amended to.
Okay, the acreage should be amended to 1.05 acres. We're just reducing the footprint slightly. So you have a motion by Mr. Corbin, second by Mr. Bender. Please vote.
Has everybody voted? Mr. Kugel, what was your vote?
Yeah.
With the verbal from Mr. Kugel, the motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Okay, can we get a motion and a second to introduce? Motion by Mr. Burke, second by Mr. Kugel. Thank you. Okay, number 6 is ordinance calendar number 7655, ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana to classify a certain parcel located on the east side of Apple Pie Ridge Road, south of U.S. Highway 190 East Slidell, in which property comprises a total of 12.78 acres of land, more or less, from its present A1 suburban district to an I2 industrial district, Ward 8, District 13. Mr. Corbin. Motion by Mr. Corbin, second by Mr. Strickland. Is there any discussion? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 7 is ordinance calendar number 7656, ordinance amending the zoning map of St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana to reclassify a certain parcel located on the north side of Powell Road, west of Doss Drive, Slidell, in which property comprises a total of 1.998 acres of land, more or less, from its present H2 Highway Commercial District and I2 Industrial District to an I2 Industrial District in Ward 9, District 14. Mr. Strickland. Motion by Mr. Strickland, second by Mr. Kugel. Any discussion? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 8 is ordinance calendar number 7657, ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana to reclassify a certain parcel located on the northwest corner of Charles Anderson Road and Danny Polk Road, Pearl River, which property comprises a total of 1 acre of land, more or less, from its present A2 suburban district to an A3 suburban district, Ward 6, District 9. Mr. Kugel?
Yeah.
I know, I'll get a motion second before.
Still showing the last one on the screen.
Okay. Does that matter?
No.
Motion, Mr. Kugel, second by Mr. Burke. We do have a card on this. Speaker's name is Miss Amy Duke. Come on up, Miss Amy.
I didn't really need to speak unless there was any questions. I didn't know. If
Are there any questions for anybody?
Okay.
I'm sorry I had to wait here all night. Any other discussion? Please vote with your lights.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 9 is ordinance calendar number 7658, ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana to reclassify a parcel located on the east side of Louisiana Highway 437, south of Pine Knoll Road, Covington, in which property comprises a total of 1.5 acres of land, more or less, from its A2 suburban district to an HC Highway Commercial District, Ward 2, District 2. Mr. Rowling. Motion, second by Ms. Casabon. Is there any discussion? Please vote.
Ms. Inner, vote. The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 10 is ordinance calendar number 7659, ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana to reclassify a certain parcel located on the west side of Stephanie Lane, south of a lane, being Lot 43, Lake Ramsey Estate Subdivision, Phase 2, Covington, in which property comprises a total of 1.4 acres of land, more or less, from its A2 suburban district to an A2 suburban district and manufactured housing overlay, Ward 3, District 3. Ms. Casabon. Motion by Ms. Casabon, second by Mr. Phillips. Any discussion? Please vote.
Motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 11 is ordinance calendar number 7660, ordinance revoking the dedication of an unopened 30-foot drainage easement located along the sideline between lots 113 and 114, 15 each lot, Magnolia Forest Subdivision, 7th Phase, Ward 8, District 9. Mr. Kugel. Motion, Mr. Kugel, second by Mr. Burke. Any discussion? Please vote.
Motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 12 is ordinance calendar number 7661, ordinance to amend the 2024 grants budget amendment. Ms. Tanner?
Make the motion.
Motion by Ms. Tanner, second by Mr. Rowling. Any discussion? Please vote.
Motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 13 is ordinance calendar number 7662, ordinance to amend the 2024 operating budget amendment number 12. Ms. Tanner.
Make the motion.
Motion, second by Ms. Seiden. Any discussion? Please vote.
Motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 14 is ordinance calendar number 7663AA, ordinance to amend the 2024 operating budget number 13 by Ms. Tanner.
I'll make the motion.
Motion by Ms. Tanner, second by Mr. Rowling. And we have a speaker, Mr. David Ziegler from Pearl River.
He might have written down the wrong. He's going. Keep going.
Okay, is there any discussion? Please vote. That was 14, right?
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 15 is ordinance calendar number 7664, ordinance to amend the 2024 capital improvement budget and capital assets, amendment number 31, sales tax district number 3, capital projects. Ms. Tanner moves, second by Ms. Casabon. Any discussion? Please vote.
Motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 16 is ordinance calendar number 7665AA, ordinance to correct the road and drainage inventory, including Walnut Street lateral, Ward 4, District 7. Ms. Seiden, do you move? Yes. Second by Mr. Rowling. Any discussion? Please vote.
Motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 17 is ordinance calendar number 7666, ordinance to amend the St. Tammany Parish Code of Ordinances, Part 1, Code of Ordinances, Chapter 28, Offenses and Miscellaneous Provisions, Article 3, Waterways, Section 28-121, Operation Speed, Special Speed Limits, Definitions, to add correct sections 28-121A5H and 28-121A1I, and to create an additional dead slow speed limit on portions of Bayou Lacombe, to revise the definition of dead slow in Section 28-121B, C, and E. Do we have a motion, Mr. Burke? Second by Mr. Strickland. Any discussion? Please vote.
Everybody voted? The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Number 18 is ordinance calendar number 7667, ordinance to amend the St. Tammany Parish Code of Ordinances, Part 1, Code of Ordinances, Chapter 2, Administration, Article 15, Moratorium, Section 2-620, declared only by ordinance to revise reporting requirements upon renewal of a moratorium. Mr. Smith, you move? Second by Ms. Seiden. We have one speaker. Just get the hell out of here. Thank you. Any other discussion? Please vote. Thank you, Bubba.
Motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Number 19 is ordinance calendar number 7671, an ordinance to amend Ordinance Council Series number 16-3505, adopted May 5th, 2016, amending the official zoning map PUD PUD plan of Deer Crossing Plan Unit Development to provide a major amendment to the original Plan Unit Development, Ward 1, District 4. Ms. Seiden? Motion by Ms. Seiden, second by Mr. Phillips. Any discussion? Please vote.
Everybody voted. The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Number 20 is ordinance calendar number 7672, ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana, to classify a certain parcel located on the north side of U.S. Highway 190 east of Pruden Road, Covington, and which property comprises a total of 8.63 acres of land, more or less, from its A1 suburban district to an 8C highway commercial district in Ward 3, District 3. Ms. Casabon, motion, second by Ms. Seiden. Any discussion? Please vote.
Motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Number 21 is ordinance calendar number 7673, ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana, to reclassify a certain parcel located on the north side of U.S. Highway 190 east of Pruden Road, Covington, and which property comprises a total of 6.25 acres of land, more or less, from its A1 suburban district to an 8C highway commercial district in Ward 3, District 3. Ms. Casabon? Motion by Ms. Casabon, second by Mr. Phillips. Is there any discussion? Please vote.
Motion is unanimous with 1 absent.
Number 2 is ordinance calendar number 7701, ordinance to amend the 2024 operating budget, amendment number 14. Adoption of this ordinance is subject to the...
You don't have to read.
I'm sorry. Well, Mr. Laughlin. Motion by Mr. Laughlin, second by Mr. Kugel. Is there any discussion? Please vote.
Motion is unanimous with 1 absent.
Number 23 is ordinance calendar number 7702, ordinance to amend the 2024 capital budget and assets, amendment number 32, utilities capital projects. Do we have a motion? Mr. Laughlin, second by Ms. Strickland. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Okay, well, after the vote, or you speak now? Well, no, well, you can speak now. We have a motion.
I just want to thank Director Tischer and the administration. This is an additional $4.3 million for Crossgates wastewater treatment plant, in addition to Herwig Bluffs sewer force main and the lift station and Turtle Creek Herwig Bluff sewer force main. I just want to thank you guys for the hard work on this.
Well said,
So it's a
David.
total $14 million, I think, of the total project. I think that's correct, around there. But this is an additional 4.3. So thank you.
Thank you, guys. Great work.
Well said, Mr. Kugel. Any further discussion?
Let's vote.
Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Okay, the emergency ordinances are not off the floor, so we just move. Okay, now we're into the emergency ordinances. Number 1 is ordinance calendar number 7699, ordinance to extend for an additional 30 days the emergency ordinance to continue permitted uses and on certain developed parcels affected by amendments to the Unified Development Code until rezoning of said parcels is effectuated. Do we have a motion? Mr. Corbin, second. Mr. Laughlin. Is there any discussion? Please vote.
Motion is unanimous with one absent.
Number 2 is ordinance calendar number 7700, ordinance to extend for an additional 30 days the emergency ordinance to amend the revised Unified Development Code, Chapter 100, Administration, Section 100-2, UDC Administrator, subsection 102.2 and 102.5 to reincorporate alternate members. Mr. Laughlin, motion. Second by Mr. Corbin. Is there any discussion? Please vote. Is that it? I thought we had an executive session. Where's off the...
Motion is unanimous with one absent.
I'd like to make a motion to open off the floor.
Okay, motion by Mr. Laughlin, and second by Mr. Kugel to open the off the floor. Please vote. Well, I'm trying to say your name like Laughlin.
Motion is unanimous with one absent.
Okay, off the floor number 1 is a resolution. A resolution authorizing the Department of Finance to reserve utility franchise service fees for cash flow water sector grants awarded by the state. Ms. Tanner?
I make the motion.
Motion by Ms. Tanner, second by Ms. Seiden. Is there any discussion? Please vote.
Read this next title and then.
Motion is unanimous with one absent.
Just read the title.
Yeah, read that and then.
All good? Okay, number 2 is a resolution to approve recommendations and authorize Civil Division Assistant District Attorney and Special Counsel to proceed with the settlement of lawsuits entitled Military Road Revitalization Company, LLC versus St. Tammany Parish Government. Read it, and now we don't vote on that one yet?
Mr. Kugel has a slide on.
So we're not voting on this yet?
We're going to go into executive session. Just wanted to read it. So we need a motion to go into executive session? Motion, Ms. Goff, second by, do we vote on that or no?
Yes.
Well, hold on, we need to vote to go into executive session, y'all. Mr. Corbin, first is Mr. Laughlin.
Mr. Corbin, did you have something?
No, he was making the motion.
He made a second.
All right, y'all need to vote.
We're going to do executive session right here. We're not going very far, okay?
Yeah, standing room only.
Mr. Strickland, what was your vote? The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Second, please vote. First by Mr. Laughlin, second by Mr. Corbin. Who's the damn chairman, man?
Has everybody
You got
voted?
this? That was a joke.
Yeah, motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Okay, so we go back to resolution number 2. A resolution number 2 off the floor to approve recommendations and authorize Civil Division Assistant Attorney and Special Counsel to proceed with the settlement of lawsuits entitled Military Revitalization Company, LLC versus St. Tammany Parish Government. Mr. Rowling, do you have a motion? By all means.
Gladly make the motion to approve.
Very well said. Second by Mr. Smith. Is there any discussion? Of course not. We can't. Please vote with your lights. And is that it? That's it, right?
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
All right, motion to adjourn.
Yep.
Thank you.
I had 10:15.
Did you?
Nailed it.
Damn.